juste la poche qui parle, mais c'est des boxers. Bon, je vais aller t'en voir tantôt. Hein. OK. Je vais aller. Les pairings, c'est bientôt.
Shops kind of deck. What's his name?
Oh yeah.
C'est pas son nom.
No, I don't remember.
I think.
These are not the greatest. I don't
It's
know
smart
who picked those, but
smart moves all the time.
no, but I was. It's not Mark's fault, but like usually, I mean the selection sucks. Is what I'm saying.
It's probably what they get. They're like, yeah, here. Yeah. There's much better kind. Yeah. he didn't post it. Something shops maybe.
Oh, is this working now? Yeah? Yeah, okay, good. So which shop? Greg?
Still playing? So he's playing. Who's he playing against? Is he coming on camera?
I don't know, pairings. Who you want to put?
We're gonna put Greg, no?
Greg?
No bueno, or is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Greg versus.
So you can start.
She's saying it's moving now.
Yeah, exactly, perfect. Thanks, good. Okay, good, thanks. So I'll just put Greg's deck.
Yeah. Are they gonna start soon?
You're supposed to.
Not bad.
What is it? It's a shop what? Attack shop and shop attack.
Dog shot, yeah.
Okay, so whenever you want, you're online.
That list is on screen. We are not on screen.
No. Yeah, well, we hear you.
Well, yeah, but like we're only on screen.
Yeah,
We're on screen.
Yeah, not now. Okay. I'll just go fast.
I personally have never heard of any of these cards. This is the first time I've ever seen any of these cards, and I am curious. That card in the second row, from the bottom, kind of looks like a tree, maybe a bird's face. What's that card? You want to enlighten me on what that card is?
I believe it's called Mishra's Workshop.
Oh, there's
I
only
could
three.
be mistaken.
Well, hold on, there's only 3, not 4. It must be a bad card, right?
I mean,
Can't be a good card.
there's arguments that it's a mediocre card, but I mean, it sees a little bit of play.
There's a little bit of play, yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Probably, I think it has a rich history. I don't know. Doesn't sound like a card that would have a rich history.
Oh yeah, definitely sees a lot of play actually.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
love
yeah,
this
of course.
deck. This is actually
Will Megrin,
Will Megrin
either
was-
inspiration or direct
well,
copy.
he might have changed it, but I remember at one point this was his deck. I had tested it, and it's great. It does really, really well. Super aggressive, similar to his other shops deck, but with a different approach with the ATOG, the Wheel of Fortune, and just absolutely coming in, crushing, and
Do you think this is a better Tog deck than the other versions that people have and can play with Tog? Like, do you think Tog belongs in a shops deck, or
I think it has its place. Most definitely.
not to say it can't be built some other way, but if you had to pick only one version of Tog, would it be shops?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm a little biased, so, but I mean, just the combination of ATOGs, the Armageddon, the Ices, everything just works so well together.
The 4 copies at the
The
top
4
there.
copies, I mean, you got your power, and it's just a chef's kiss, honestly. This deck is, when it performs extremely well. I would probably like to see, and I understand why it's not in there, the Abyss.
In the 75 or in the main?
In the 75, I do get why the Abyss is not there because you have your ATOGs. So that's your meat and potatoes of the deck. So you really want to go in and smash.
So you can even say that implies that post board, he's probably not looking to cut Togs at all.
Probably
and even
not.
if he drops one, it's like I'm still focusing on the Togs, right?
Yeah, I don't see Togs ever being cut out honestly. Because, I mean, you could still win, arguably, just with the Triskelion, but you only got 2 main.
Yeah, two is interesting to note, but, with 3-factor workshops, you don't actually need, that's why there's 3 workshops, I mean, right? Like, you're not going crazy on the high end.
Yeah.
Like, there isn't even 4 of them. There's only 2, so, like...
Yeah,
and after that, Shops is only casting 7 other cards. I mean, 8 other cards. I mean, like, you have the Fell Wars and the Soul Ring and the relics, which can obviously be cast by the workshop. But the real benefit of the workshop comes from the 4-cost and the 6-cost cards that you're like keeping out like much sooner than they should be, right? So
yeah.
So 3 makes sense because the high end is not very present.
I like looking at this deck. I think I would like to. I get why there's like 2 Felwar stones. I think maybe 1's enough, but kind of feeds into your ATOG.
Yeah,
I would like to see like if we're gonna talk like artifact for artifact, I maybe would probably put in the 3rd Triskelion to get a Felwar stone.
But hold on, like the thing about the Felwar stone, not only do they feed the Togs, is like look at the mana base. There's 11 colorless lands in a 4-color deck. It's really rough. Like it's rough. Now, the lands all produce blue, which is, blue and colorless are the easiest colors to achieve, which is the colors you're primarily looking to play.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what helps it work. But there is no denying that you may draw your red, white, and black cards in a situation where you just don't have the colors for them, and those Felwar stones can potentially come in handy to help correct that.
Yeah, at least all the cards that require a color, white, blue, it's only one of. Like, Time Walk, you only need 1 blue.
Oh, yeah.
Mind Twist, you only need 1 black.
Yeah.
There's no, double, let's say a card, for example, Dust to Dust. That's 1 colorless and 2 whites.
2 whites, yeah.
That's where I think this deck would probably
and so even the
struggle a lot.
But even the sideboard isn't really featuring those kinds of cards except for Brain Geyser, but it's blue,
yes.
right? So we said already blue is kind of taken care of.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're looking to see who the other player is. 1 second, I'm gonna go tell us who's the next player, and we'll get their deck on the screen. 1 second. So yeah, he's playing against Guillaume Poulain. So we'll get his deck list up there also before they start. There's Greg shuffling. Now you know where Greg is sitting.
Yeah.
But anyways, all this to say, I definitely know what Workshops is. It definitely has a rich history. And
well, you've even personally played against it because I've played it against you. So
I think I was playing that deck before you were even born, and you're 10 years older than I am. Think about
Silence you. Respect your elders.
Okay,
Anyways.
so we've got a mono black deck. This could be rough for the Shops player who's kind of doing one thing per turn. Couldn't get caught by the hymns, right?
Could get caught by the hymns, Underworld Dreams, maybe.
Yeah.
Even then, the Terror is looking really bad against Shops deck. I mean, minus the ATOG, but I get. I mean, he could ramp into Dark Ritual, Sinkhole, Dark Ritual, him.
But a lot of the creatures that he's relying on here die to bolts, right?
Die to bolts, die to a Triskelion, ping for 1.
Like I wonder. So both players are 2-0 right now. I'm pretty sure. So I wonder if the mono black player Guillaume is just has a way to get around all these lightning bolts floating around, or
Yeah.
if he's just dodging them and dodging Sword to Plowshare. I wonder. And
Yeah.
but anyways, whatever's working, whatever's happening, it's working for him apparently. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. One of these guys has to lose their streak, right? So
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, as we
Yeah.
saw there, Greg doing fairly well this tournament.
so far, yeah, great this tournament.
Yeah, this tournament he's
Yeah, he's 2-0. Well, 2-1 and
I think he
2-0.
only lost like one game out of 2 rounds.
Yeah, he
so
dropped one game. Yeah.
I'm
think
curious
he
to see how
was-
Guillaume will perform in this. I mean, if he's
Well,
here
Yeah, if he's here,
in
hopefully,
round 3,
hopefully he's still here.
no, but I'm saying he's here in round 3 without any losses. So
I'm trying to see if I can find him in the previous rounds standings. There he is. Oh, okay. Hold on. It's possible that Greg's opponent went to their actual table, 7. We're going to go and tell him to move over to the feature table.
yeah,
But yeah, in round 2, he was... Oh, there you go. There we go.
All right.
Corrective measures have been taken.
I was like, wow, Greg's opponent, the chair, is doing amazing. Hasn't even played a card. All right.
Yeah, so Guillaume also 2-0. I just confirmed.
Yeah. All right. Good luck to our players. And round 3 fight.
Yeah, round 3.
3 of 7.
Looks like Carl's match is already done, which means I guess somebody must have dropped. Carl? For Carl?
Oh, it could be.
Yeah. Oh, well. Anywho, let's pay attention to not Carl, as he's not on screen. So I don't know exactly what Greg's history is, how competitive or how many tournaments he's might have been to. I just know he's been playing for a while, and he's very fond of the Card Merchant's Workshop as well. And I feel like he feels like he's right at home when he's piloting a shop deck. So whether it be stacks or like stacks being from other formats, of course, or shops in this
In
format.
the old
So-
school format, yeah.
Oh, we got a mulligan from Greg going on to 6, using the die to represent it. And drink water to not die over here.
Die from all that sugar and salt we're consuming today.
Yeah. Bar food. Leave your heart at home. Nothing you consume is going to be good for it.
Yeah. Okay. Curious to see. Nope. I see a balance in the Mock Sapphire in Greg's hand. So I wonder if he's going to try to do like a. Trying to deplete his hand, play balance,
Well,
play the top deck game.
that could be good on a mulligan. Also, from the other side of things, Guillaume is probably happy as a him to Torak and Hypnotic Spectre deck that his opponent is mulliganing, right?
Yeah.
Does Greg get to go first? He does. He does. Suchi. Icy.
Nice. This makes me so happy.
If
I
I
see
copy,
turn 1.
yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
I see turn 1. You just tap.
Anything and everything. If
Exact-
a land and copy artifact follow, ooh, a Suchi off the top. Is that possible?
I think he has a City of Brass in his hand.
Yeah. Play Suchi and tap your stuff.
Yep. Yeah.
Tap
Upkeep.
land or tap creature. Yeah, I tap
Yeah,
land. I was
yeah.
gonna say that's yeah.
Yeah. That's the best way you wanna.
Like this is the sinkhole turn, the hymn to Torak turn.
I mean, you can still do it with the dark ritual.
Oh, that's okay.
So-
That's unfortunate for the mono black player. I've mentioned this in some of our videos in the past. Mono black and mono white are decks that cannot afford to skip a turn. You can't. You can't like time walk yourself. Kind of. You need to put the pressure on every turn. You have to curve out.
Yeah.
It's got to be like something on turn 1, sinkhole or hymn to Torak on turn 2, hippie on turn 3. Like you really have to curve. It's very important. So Greg is probably very happy about this, especially
Yeah.
having a 4/4 beater.
And I think
possibly-
he's not too worried about balancing that there's like 2 swamps.
Yeah.
Is he passing the turn? Oh, yeah. Okay, because it's regenerate. Yeah. So I think next turn, power move. I mean, he could have tapped the. He could have tapped the Willow, attacked for 4. But maybe he felt like if I tap my opponent's swamp this turn and they don't have a land drop, then I think you know what I mean. So it's like he didn't attack, but he figures if I don't attack this turn, he's just gonna block and regenerate. I tap the swamp instead, preventing my opponent playing something maybe more powerful.
But
And then, yeah, it's hard to say what the right move
I
was.
think it's okay to have tapped the creature there because whatever
Ooh.
you were afraid of. Okay,
Mind
I
Twist,
think
wow.
honestly he's okay with that.
Yeah,
That Mind Twist was only doing 2 damage and Balance is essentially dead right now. So now you just start tapping his Wisp and 8. So he should have attacked for. Oh, he's not.
is he gonna tap?
Oh no, because he can't regenerate.
Oh yeah.
So it's a free attack because there's no regeneration possible. So might as well just tap the land, prevent a Juzam, or if there's
A
no more
hippie.
land, if there's no more land, a hippie or a dark ritual for a Sengir.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Okay.
The lands are abundant in our matches today so far.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no one really getting mana
Yeah.
screwed or.
So check this out: is if he would have tapped the Will of the Wisp last turn,
Yeah.
which would have been correct since the play was aimed to Torak anyways. Guillaume would be at 8,
Yeah.
and this turn by tapping the Will of the Wisp, you have a lethal swing.
Yeah, that's true. But
Now, of course, he probably won't play the Bad Moon in that case to have the Mishra's Factory up as a blocker. But still, right? Like it's gonna still take him as opposed to threatening lethal this turn. We gotta wait 2 turns.
okay, so he's gonna. Yep, that's the correct move.
Copy artifact. Oh, factory deals with factory.
Factory deals with factory, so
Unfortunate though that it doesn't kill on its own. So 2 blockers for the Such Magooches, and then 2 damage goes through. But it's okay. The IC is probably gonna help a lot. IC.
yeah. I mean, I see just absolutely like you just
IC is a good card.
can Guillaume get out of it? Let's see if he's got something up his sleeve. I mean, he's got a Black Knight, I think, in his hand. He could put a blocker. It's not enough. It might buy him a turn, but with that icy, it's tough. He really needs to deal with that icy, or somehow clear the
Yeah.
board of the artifacts.
But if he does play 2 creatures this turn,
yeah,
well then again,
he's just kicking the can down the road, though.
yeah. But
so
if he plays 2 creatures, he can't regenerate anymore, and he can't activate the factory. So.
So Guillaume just looking at his options. Oh,
Oh,
calling it
scoop.
quits. Yep.
I mean, he had
Yeah.
at least one more turn.
No.
No?
No.
Why? He has
He
the Will
taps-
of the Wisp, he has the Black Knight, and he has the Factory. One of those gets tapped, and then you block the 2 Suches.
And
Take
he
2
has the
from the.
Vicious Factory.
Yeah,
Use
take-
that 2 life.
Who's a 4 life?
Oh, 4? No, if he taps... If he plays the Black Knight... If he plays the Black Knight, he has the Black Knight, Will of the Wisp,
And Factory.
and Factory.
And 1 to regenerate the Wisp.
Okay, but he has 3. Maybe he just felt discouraged.
It's possible.
Because he's like, if I do that, I can't. Did he have enough mana? Like, if he
He
played.
had 5, so he had 2 for the factory, 2 for the Black Knight, and then 1 for the regenerate.
Okay. Maybe he felt it was a bit too much.
I mean, one thing is for certain when you watch your opponent sit down in front of you, if the thought crosses your head that you're not happy to see them play a Mishra's Workshop for whatever reason, but you convince yourself, or you know that that's what's going to happen, at the very least, what you definitely don't want is a turn 1 forecast. Now, as likely as it is to happen because of the 4 factories, the 5 Mox, and the Soul Ring, and the Black Lotus, it's still something that you don't want to face because, I mean, 4 power on turn 1 is it's like not boltable, can't disenchant it until the second turn.
Yeah.
You have to have plow if you're not playing white. Then, as Francois Triskelion says, eat shit.
Eat shit. Yeah. I mean, Terror 2 is not great with artifact creatures, so, you know.
So 2 easy cuts. However, the Terror is very good versus Tog.
He didn't see the Tog, though, this match. That's the thing. And I don't even think he saw a red mana source. Besides, I mean, the City of Brass. Yeah, but if Guillaume doesn't see the red mana source, he might say, okay,
Yeah.
I'll sideboard out my Terror. He's playing like a standard shops,
Yeah, with
you know,
demonic
Triskelion
and
Sushi, demonic, and blah, blah,
ancestral
blah.
and whatever.
So
Those
then
are
if
the
he
white cards.
sideboard, if he takes out the Terror, and then this game Greg plays the ATOG, and then he'll like really feel bad.
Yeah.
Really feel like, why? That's why it's always good to have at least one
Yeah.
removal.
If you can
Keep at least one
removal.
anyways.
Yeah. But also, if you can win your match without showing too much of your deck, you're in a tremendous advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people say, and even maybe more believe, that these games are really only defined by their sideboard games. Like,
Yeah.
a Magic game is only a Magic game once you introduce a sideboard.
Well, we've seen it in other games in the past where the opponents will. It'll be such a power move, like turn 1, they'll play a land. Turn 2, they're like, you know, whatever. Turn 3, they'll play another land, maybe 1 card. The opponent will just win, so they'll just scoop immediately because all you saw is like 3 cards. So you have no idea what your opponent is playing. Your opponent knows what you're playing. They could sideboard in much better than you can based on the information that they saw.
Yeah.
So
they
you
get-
might have lost the battle, but then if you win the war, because game 2 you just absolutely crush, and then game 3 is more. That's where I think, you know, is the real battle at that point, where we've seen it before. Just, you know, game 1 guy crushes. Game 2, the other guy crushes because he sideboarded better.
Properly, yeah.
And then game 3, it's like neck and neck.
Stabilize
Yeah, exactly.
neck and neck. You ever watch classic Tetris videos?
I'm
Like-
old, but I'm
Not that. I mean, come on.
I'm about that old. Yes.
Really?
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
but no. Those first of all, those kids. They're mostly kids playing these Tetris competitions. But a big term that they use when they're casting is when the people are even score, because like, they're just building their stacks so well together that like they're at the similar score, and they always say neck and neck. It's like a big thing. So whenever you say that,
Neck and neck.
yeah, whenever you say that, I always think about the Tetris videos. Anyways,
You do realize we're doing commentary for Magic the
Magic,
Gathering.
yeah. Well,
You're talking about Tetris.
yeah, I just been watching some nostalgic videos of other card games and stuff like that. So I just
What-
got every card game bouncing
okay.
around in my head, every game.
As long as
every,
you're not, just don't start doing like infomercial, like
Yeah,
yeah, like
yeah,
Sham
selling
Wows
everyone,
and all this
yeah.
other stuff, right?
no,
Focus,
no.
Mark,
Yeah,
focus.
The
at
focus
the
is
screen.
on the present.
So at this point, what do you think?
Well, the mono black player has to be happy going first, right?
Well, what do you sideboard in?
If you're what, the mono black player?
Yeah. I don't know. What happened there?
No, I was just saying, like, the comment is asking if this is the Montreal Classic Tetris Championship stream.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So no, but honestly, like, unless Greg goes workshop Mox, well, okay. So like, since I'm saying, like, the game plan of stopping that turn to him or strip is so big in most decks.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no. And there's an ancestral in there also. Okay, so like ancestral. If you get a Mox, are you cracking this Lotus to play an IC or a Suchi? I'm not sure if that's necessarily correct. I don't know.
No, I don't think that's the correct. So he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, preventing the turn to mono black play is
Yeah, the
massive.
sinkhole, the him.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, okay, you could argue Dark Ritual.
Rude. Just rude.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, the thing is like that deck is so good at having its own. Like the thing is like the threats are so efficient in terms of that Suchi especially, and costing 4 is not an outrageous requirement when you're playing all these Moxen, right? That having the strip mine play pattern almost doesn't slow you down at all because like he's not doing anything. Obviously, we're not seeing any payoffs here, but the potential is there, right?
Yeah, the potential is there. He could pretty much cast anything in his deck.
Mono black playing, I don't remember seeing if he had 4 strip mines and 4 factories, but every non-swamp that mono black plays, despite being a single color deck, are actually crucial because of all the double black requirements and their casting costs.
Yeah.
So hitting 2 swamps and then seeing the factory come down as the next land probably makes Greg extraordinarily happy. Not to mention now all these artifacts are going to feed this Tog eventually. So
he's playing Meekstone. Let's see. I think he just... Did he draw a workshop?
what are you asking?
No, I think he just drew a workshop or alchemy.
Attack for 1, attack for 1. All this not tempted to sacrifice one little artifact. Oh yeah, no, we got stripped out of the game. Unfortunate. This is just a non-game, right? I don't think there's anything Mono Black is doing that's gonna stop at this point, right? Because even those Meek Stones don't do anything for the Tog, right?
Yeah.
Tog just goes right back to a 1/2.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
I think he's going to get him to the point because if he sacks the 4 artifacts, that's 8.
Maybe if we can.
So as long as he gets them down a few more turns, a couple more turns.
If we can, we'll see what happens. But yeah, no, I mean.
Yeah.
Double strip mine is.
And I think even has a Mox Pearl
in his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So has a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12 damage.
So that's game next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, as the opponent of the shop's deck, you're probably happy when you don't see the turn 1 Icy or turn 1 Suchi, but if you're getting stripped out of the game, it honestly probably feels worse. Like, at least with the other things you can try to interact, you can play the game. The strip mine prison. Oh my god, yeah, we're at the point where that's actually just an incredible play, right?
Yeah. So now he's like, wow, absolutely crushed.
Jesus.
What a shocker. A shops player who won a game.
It's just, I would... Oh, my God. You see the bottom of his deck? There's like 12 lands at the bottom of the deck. Oh, wow.
Wow. Yeah. But, I mean, it's not, to be fair, Guillaume did get stripped twice.
Yeah.
It's
then
rough.
He whiffed 4.
How different this game would have been had he had been able to play.
But, it must be frustrating as a mono black player just because of the fact that both games you got denied your turn 2. Like, the turn 2 play I find is... I'm keep repeating it, I'm harping on it so much, but, like, I really think it's one of the most important turns for that deck. Like, it establishes where the game is going from that point. Especially if you have, like, a follow-up 2 cost with a strip mine, let's say.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's rough-a-roni pizza.
Well, congratulations to Greg.
Yeah, I mean, showcasing what he's capable of and what the deck can do.
And he's going to round 4, winning all his. Going to round 4. He's won the first 3 rounds. Guillaume will go into round 4, winning 2 out of the 3. Yeah, still pretty good. So should we continue? We'll see what happens in the next.
So there's the comment suggesting that it wouldn't have made a difference if Guillaume curved out, and like with the way that things were playing out from Greg, I definitely agree with the statement. If I understand it correctly, like I agree, but you have to assume that like with the strip, with the sinkhole, the maybe double sinkhole or the him followed by whatever is going to drastically affect Greg's resources. Now, Sinkhole not in this game, but like him takes out the threats. It's a lot of
Yeah.
mana, but
Exactly.
so I mean, like again, like it's not to say that the mono black player is in a good position with what Greg had, but you need that turn 2 to like at least establish some kind of game.
Yeah.
I
but I
believe.
mean, like, facts are facts, and I mean, he drew extremely well. He had the Lotus, he had the Sapphire, he had the Ancestral, he had the Strips. Like, I mean, that's like royal flush in terms of like drawing like the perfect. You know, you take a mulligan, so you're down to 6, and then you just draw this absolute powerhouse of a
Yeah.
hand, and you have a follow up to match your opening hand. So
I wonder if we can find some other players who are in their sideboarding and shift them over to the stream table. Because this ended pretty fast, so it'd be interesting if we can get some other people on there.
we'll see.
Is that possible?
Maybe you. So we'll see. Yeah, that game ended pretty quickly.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it was not even 20 minutes. But it is what it is.
Not even 20 minutes. Actually, yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea when that round started. So, but
Or at least it didn't feel like 20 minutes.
yeah,
Maybe with the
honestly,
sideboarding, 20, 25.
I wonder if it's just my own bad experiences or personal fears of mono black, but I always feel like when I sit down in front of it, it's a natural fight. You know, like I sit down in front of the deck, and I put a lot more stock in the pilot than I do the deck. Okay. But in mono black, I feel like even if you do draw poorly and like you just don't get prisoned out, you just kind of like let the deck do what it wants to do.
Yeah.
It's like it's challenging. So I mean, it's a reliable deck. Everyone kind of like goes through it at least once. Like you play it, you start playing old school. You pick mono white or you pick mono black, and you kind of get to taste it. Okay, we're getting so we actually are achieving that. We're gonna get 2 new players going on stream.
Oh,
They must have been in their sideboarding, and so here's one of the decks. This is I think this is Yannick. Is this Yannick?
Their game it's their game 3.
So, so
Okay.
this is their game 3.
Yeah, so we're in a game 3. Are they already sitting down?
Wait, they're already 2 down.
No, brother. Are they sitting down? Are they already there?
So,
Okay, yeah, they're being brought to the tables now. Okay, so this is Yannick's literal spicy deck. I mean, those.
my only complaint with
peppers.
this is the fact that there's 3 time vaults with new border.
Oh,
And my eyes,
they burn.
they burn.
But if you look closely, so you have to look beyond the border. You look at the color of the card, of course. Just look closer. You'll see text on that card. And if you compare that text to the text on the alpha card or the beta card or the unlimited card, they imply and allow you to do the same thing. So that matters too. You know what I'm saying? So you're right. But if you look a little bit deeper,
If you just looked a little deeper into
Yeah.
my hand that's rolled into
Closing
a
it
fist,
into a fist, yeah.
and just approach yourself at lightning speed.
Where is the sideboard? It must be the leftmost cards, right?
Yeah. Probably. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, so what are we doing here? Okay, this is the original like Twiddle Volt in a sense. Right? You want to instill energy. When you animate artifact the Time Volt, turns into a creature, and then you use instill energy to untap it.
Yeah.
So it's a 3-piece combo instead of a 2-piece with Twiddle Volt.
Yeah.
But whatever,
So both players starting off pretty strong.
Have you ever strived to take extra turns? I have.
I just want to win games.
But yeah, with any
How I
means,
get there,
doesn't matter. No.
I mean, I've played Time Vault many times, and it's
Yeah.
great, but it feels kind of like cheating.
Well, you mean in the sense that like you're supposed to get 1 turn each, I suppose. But also, You're playing a game that allows for that kind of thing, so
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, geez, Anthony. Let me just take my 7 turns.
Okay, look, Howling Mine without the presence of Time Vault or your combo. Now, I'm speaking from Twiddle perspective, so it's possible it's different here, but the more I've played with Time Vault decks, the less I'm inclined to just jam out that Howling Mine. It's honestly backbreaking to play it. They draw their card and then destroy it. If the gamble pays off and they don't destroy it, then maybe you are in a good spot. It's like the kind of high risk, high reward kind of situation.
I get it.
But generally speaking, when you want that the most is when you've got your Time Vault in play already and you're ready to start taking your turns.
Ooh, power sync.
And especially if you're playing against white, right?
Yeah.
The chances increase. But again, it's okay. Like, it's not a bad play. It's just you're increasing your risks.
So,
did we draw? No. Was that a Rod of Ruin?
yes, it is. And it's pronounced ruin.
Ruin. What, do you tap it to deal 1 damage, or it takes cost 2? I think it costs 2, right? 2? 3?
I think it cost 1 to play, and I think 3 to ping.
Okay, so he just...
Cost
No, yeah, 1 to play, 3 to ping?
is, I believe, 4 to play.
4 to play.
What is this?
It's, I'm a little stunned, but it's okay. It's in play now, and we're gonna untap not dead. So that's what matters.
Well, he's gonna deal with like.
Oh, I
2
guess.
earnings there,
Sorry, this
so-
is the win condition. You take infinite turns and you ping every turn. That's what it's doing there. It's a card that's like, why would you ever disenchant this? I'll disenchant literally everything else, and then it wins. And then it wins the game, right? Like.
Yeah.
But again, you can disenchant the combo pieces. Every single one of them is disenchantable, which makes the twiddle a little bit more. But if you don't want to be a twiddle guy, this is how you do it.
So it's like the Timu of Twiddlevolt.
Okay,
That's what this deck is.
So that's now we have a 4/4.
There you go.
But those Urnems are 4/5. So
Well, you could block.
and then
pay,
ping and then ping.
Ping, but you can't do it this turn anyways. So. But I mean, Nicholas is still doing 8 damage a turn, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Urnem is the kind of card for me where I'm not happy to get beaten by it because I seem to just not
Respect
be
it?
able to make it work whenever I use it. Like, I don't know what I'm doing, I guess. It's the deck I play with the absolute least, so as much as I've, tried everything, seen everything, whatever, fill in the blanks, it just doesn't work out for me, so I always deem the card to be subpar, but it's obviously not, right? And
Ooh, did he draw balance? He did. But
he can disenchant his animate
does
aura.
he have...
No, he has no white.
He has no white.
Wait, is that just infinite?
Huh?
Is that infinite?
No.
What is isn't instill energy just untap it? Or it's once per turn?
Yeah, that's it. He was missing a white mana source for
disenchant?
balance. No, he had a balance in his hand, I think. Looked like he had a balance.
Oh, but he still gets to keep one
Yeah,
of those
there you go.
4/5s, right? And then the 4/5 just chumps over the.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sorry, I'm a little bit confused. I thought I understood what was going on here, but the instill energy only untaps 1 time.
Yeah.
So even if you do this to the because then you take a turn and then of course that's why, because stupid. The card gives you another turn.
Reading the card
Yeah,
explains the card. All right.
So I played a game with somebody once, and that's what their playmat said. And they said it was like they get nervous when they play with that playmat because if they make a mistake from just not reading their own card or not reading the opponent's card, it looks so embarrassing because like they got that playmat that says that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Would
is
you
that
like...
Resurrection? Is that a sideboard card? Or, oh no, we're making a little trade. Yeah. Interesting. I think JS went to look and see if We have another one of the. Oh no, you gotta let it air out a little bit. You gotta air that signature out a little bit, just in case. Yeah, so Jay's went to go see if we can find 2 other people who are available to jump on. If not, we'll start looking at who's already finished. And
I mean, it's pretty close to the end of the round anyway, so.
yeah, we've approached.
Let me see how much time there's left.
Things seem to be kind of slowly dying down a little bit here. So either people are done and outside getting some fresh air, or everyone's actually just engaged playing.
should have won. Anthony won the pseudo kind of. Although we should have him all this week. If we film this directed by Anthony. Starring right.
Listening to not
Anyway, the chat was great. It was a net next year. It was like a red, white, and this time. At least like well done. I think he was better than me in the mirror. Because it falls around sometimes, so mine is really good. So yeah, you won game one pretty easily. You won game two at one life. And then we went to nine. And then I won against you. Yeah, I was telling Mark too. I said with the total. I another thing.
We'll be starting our game momentarily. All right, going into round 4 of the Tundra Wolves Challenge 8.
That's
It's quite an
8
achievement.
years, yeah. I mean,
So here I believe we have... Is it Dave's deck?
yeah.
Yes.
Dave Firth Bard from the New England community.
Yes. And
Well, he likes his green cards.
indeed, indeed. I mean,
Pendelhaven is definitely a card I've seen him post deck lists about a lot. So I mean, look at all those creatures. They're all
1/1.
they're mostly, if not all, 1/1s.
Owls of Deep Shadow, the Elves, Scavenger Folks, and...
Obviously, the Pixies are 2/1s, but it's okay because the majority of the deck is still
Yeah, exactly.
still being fed by that. Can you? I think you can activate multiple on one creature if you just respond, right? Like, does it check if it's a 1/1 before the +1/+1 resolves, or it only cares that it was 1 when you tap? Because if it only cares about when you tap, you can like.
But
you know,
either way, it's
tap
a
one.
legendary land.
Shit, yeah, fuck.
So,
I knew that. I knew that.
yeah,
I
sure you
absolutely
did.
knew that. Yeah.
And Lightning
I was
Bolt
just testing to
making
make sure.
an appearance in almost every round, pretty much.
Sorry, say that again.
Lightning Bolt making, an
making
appearance
another appearance.
in
Yeah.
every...
And that's not even just like in the unfortunate reality of the decks that are ending up on stream. Pretty much every deck is playing Lightning Bolt.
I'd say
tonight.
like 85% of the decks are playing Lightning Bolts.
Yeah, we've been mentioning that like as the rounds are happening because it's literally just everywhere. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, is that what is that? Is that a void fate? What is that?
Fire Sprite?
Fire sprite?
Yeah, I think so. It's been a while since I've seen
I've
that.
actually not. I don't think I've ever cast that card once, and I've been playing since
I haven't.
2014.
Yeah.
More ships bring more bolts. Adam is saying, and I don't disagree with that. Who's he playing? Maybe we can get the other guy's deck also. Yeah, let's see if we can get Sebastian's deck also. We'll see what.
We'll see if the players have started.
I mean,
first.
there's no berserk in here. I guess the guys are too small. So and like the
Yeah.
Pendelhaven pumping isn't doing enough, obviously, to justify the berserk. But
Okay, I guess
Oh.
kind of like blue whites.
okay, so honestly, this is like a. No, okay, hold on. I'm getting a little
It's
bit
kind
caught
of
in my
a
words
mishmash
here.
between-
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like Arabian Zoo, but now like with the land tax and the energy flux, maybe it adds a little bit of a spin on the things. But
Yeah.
like your typical lion, flying men, Ifrit, bolts deck, let's say, is a solid core, and honestly, not a bad thing for most decks to test themselves against. Like
Yeah,
it's,
exactly.
it's got the right kind of aggression, the right kind of permission, the right kind of removal, and like it's boasting a consistent plan. So, so yeah, it's nice to see like this deck in action, and it's also good to test things against. So we'll see. I mean, I'm sure DFB is no stranger to the cards that are featured in that deck, let alone the strategy. So I'm sure it's not his first time
Yeah.
dancing against that kind of thing.
Because I've seen like deck pictures from him in the past, and it's usually like he tends to have a lot of green.
A lot of green, yeah.
Yeah, so he seems to favor that color quite a bit.
Yeah, and
so
also like Eric in the chat is saying that Earthquake in the main is going to be good versus DFB, like all those 1/1s and stuff.
Yeah.
Like he's going to probably want to spew his hand, unless there's some kind of new strategy or some specific way he has of playing his deck. I would imagine that the plan is to just flood that board with as many critters as you possibly can, overwhelm, and then like, if one recurring damage, especially the draining from Serendip Ifrit, is good enough, you can imagine that attacking with 4 1/1s every turn is 4 times as good.
And Dave also using an actual slabbed card as a coaster. I believe it's a Sarah Angel.
That's the second time we see that. Yeah.
So
Obviously,
I mean,
white is a bad against a spam deck in the sense that they are playing balance. Now, balance is a one of course.
yeah.
So you see, you see the planes, and maybe you need to think twice before you play 400 things. But at the same time, like an Ifrit blocks forever in the sense, right? So Dave's gonna have to be able to go around it, like
Yeah.
lose a guy maybe in a combat, but here's 4 more damage. Oh, by the way, you take 1 on your upkeep. So I don't know.
But I mean, like Dave right now, because his creatures don't cost that much, honestly. So he could really kind of get away with just playing 1 land and really make Sebastian's land tax.
Oh yeah,
just that
that's
much
true.
worse,
He can
yeah.
play around land tax, yeah. And
He
these
could just-
1/1s trade clean with the
'cause he
Savannah
could just
line, right?
Yeah. So there
Or
you go.
make the tempo play bolt and just swing. Say
Yeah,
go.
So now you're doing 2 damage. So now, like, Sebastian probably... Okay, I mean, he has a soul ring. Well, honestly, at this point, I'm wanting to draw...
So the energy fluxes are going to be really, really, really bad here, right? It's the kind of thing like,
Yeah.
honestly, coming to a Montreal event, playing energy flux on the main board is probably a good enough gamble most of the time.
Yeah.
Just you get paired versus a non-Montrealer and,
Yeah.
suffer.
So you're throwing a curveball.
Yeah. It looks like Sebastian's hand is more inclined towards playing lands, especially now with that crumble on the Soul Ring. It's really rough. So
Yeah.
yeah, just chip away. I don't know if he's doing this, but it is recommended when you're playing card games, especially at any tier of competition, that when it's not your turn, put your hand down. Like, you should know what's in your hand. You don't need to look at it the whole time. Pay attention to your opponent, their body language, how they're shifting their cards around.
Mm-hmm.
Is that same card in the same spot it's been for the last 4 turns, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All these things, even if they're considered to be way too serious or competitive for an event like this, it's still just things that will make you a better player.
Or maybe
you
it's
know,
just
so.
a power move from Dave. He's just
Yeah, put the hand down.
I got this.
Okay, so there's the balance. But honestly, so that balance now with the 1 land. Okay, but oh shit, but he had to play. Oh, nice, actually. Jeez, okay, I'm catching myself like in 4 different sentences. Because I was going to say, he gave Dave the chance to land tags, but no, the balance takes it away. So
Yeah.
this honestly now shifts the pressure back to Dave, I think, to be able to play lands, to rebuild the board, because playing 1/1/1 per turn might be a bit slow. Like having the 2 in play
Yeah.
and playing 1 after that is a lot better, I think, than having to rebuild from 0 and go 1/1/1. So
So now you see, like, Sebastian.
the patience paying off. But now he had to play that extra land. Dave chose not to activate land tax. I guess there's no point, right? He's just going to fill his hand for no reason. Right?
Mm.
Yeah. Keep the red available. Is there a world where if you're Sebastian, you're strip mining your own land?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It is a thing with land tax, yeah. So we'll see.
I'm on board with the slabs as coasters, but Sarah needs her. Sarah's angel. I shouldn't say Sarah's, but Sarah's angel needs her wings. Let that thing fly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is that? I've never cast this card in my entire life. In all 10 years of playing old school. What is that?
I think someone wrote in earlier. Fire sprites?
Oh, fire sprites. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. But doing what though?
I think you pay a green and 1 and it provides a red mana.
Okay. It provides the red mana,
I
or
think
you
so.
so you don't sacrifice
Or no.
it. Okay. Okay.
If I recall, maybe I would have to look it up, but let me. Yeah, if JS could check it out for us. Yeah, green and tap, add red to your mana pool. Or library. Flyer. 1/1 flyer. There you go.
I'd say it is nice to see Adam in the chat. He has provided me with quite a good number of my Korean cards, and I got them at the right times too. So I have to say it's a big thanks to him for that.
Yeah.
Massive thanks.
Okay. Unstable mutation. So now the table's turning more in Sebastian's favor. I'd
Yeah,
say.
I mean, if he can't kill with that, it'll just eventually it'll wither away. But the damage from the mutation is still pretty good for the first.
I mean,
Two
you
to
deal
ten.
4 damage, and you deal 3
Three
damage,
damage.
and you deal 2 damage.
Yeah,
And
it's always,
then
it's always
one,
more. Yeah, I guess
yeah.
it's always more than what the guy's doing by himself. I guess, right? So
Yeah, so you're doing 9 damage, because at the end he does have the sprite to block. So if Dave can't deal with it, it's a significant amount.
okay. So yeah, bolt. So now, but it's interesting, right? The thing about mutation also, like, yeah, that damage can be scary for the first 2 or 3 turns, but when it gets bolted, you just got 2 for 1, right? Like you're losing the creature and another card, and if your land tax isn't activating, you're not getting your card advantage that way, and if you don't happen to draw or have ancestral, blah blah blah, I won't say like high risk, high reward, but it's definitely a risk reward situation where you could
Yeah.
even argue that it's not worth playing because.
Yeah, exactly.
But I do like the card personally. I try to squeeze it in. I find it's kind of like Explore in other formats. I find myself trying to jam it in as one of the first cards in a new deck that I built. But then it also ends up being one of the first cards that I shave or cut completely.
Okay. Ooh, strip mine. Interesting. Maybe feeling the maybe not wanting him to have access to double blue. Maybe thinking he has a counterspell of sorts, or if he has like a brain geyser.
Yeah.
So maybe taking out the double blue might have been a good call.
Well, yeah, so that strip mine went to the front of his hand so fast after that mountain was played. He might be just ready to fire it off and get rid of that Tundra.
Yeah.
Okay, nothing to follow up is honestly probably not where Sebastian wants to be.
No.
Yeah, there's the
Yeah.
Tundra.
So they're taking care of the other blue mana source.
We're being very patient with our Pendelhavens, which it's not a bad
Which
thing.
Yeah.
But every time he chooses the strip mine over it means he can't play it lest he lets the land tax trigger resolve, right? So it's
Yeah.
a trigger in the first place.
So. Ah, there you go. See, you had brain geyser.
Do you cut what he has brain?
Yeah,
oh yeah,
so
for double blue, yeah.
Double blue. So probably Dave knew that if I don't take him off his blue mana sources, there's gonna be a problem for me because it gives you access, to the power, flying men. You probably he's like, oh, he has a Serendib, Freed,
There's
So, okay, make an exchange.
okay. Also, at this point, and with Sebastian's board and how he's not really doing. Okay, that Lotus might change things, but Dave could arguably have played Chaos Orb there and played a third land to break the land tax. The only obviously downside of that is now your Chaos Orb has been used for that purpose, but also that if he follows up with another land tax, it's rough.
So, okay.
Yeah.
But now he's gonna have to start sacrificing lands.
Who, Sebastian? Because
Yeah.
of the... yeah, that card works nicely with land tax, right?
Yeah.
I mean...
So, unless now he's planning to sacrifice the land, play a land, then
Okay, but see, like, if you're DFB here, aren't you just now playing a land? Yeah, okay, there you go, yeah. You're like, no matter what's happening, that tax is resolving, so...
yeah.
Oh, but maybe it's not time to attack yet because, yeah, it's rough. I see the struggles. Okay, but see, interesting. I think it's I think it's okay to play the third land there
Okay.
because
He wanted to, yeah. So he's not having it.
it's just the thing
And
is
that's a hit.
Thing is like, yeah, you can do everything you can to. Okay, he's at 7 though, so maybe it's okay. I'm just thinking like
Yeah.
if he was at a higher life total, right? In any other situation than Chaos Orb in this turn, your opponent is getting those lands, right? So like you're in that state where they're gonna get it anyways. So do you just now start putting extra pressure
Having his own Chaos Orb. Yeah.
and play the land and attack for the 1 extra? Now you're at right, like he'd be at 4.
Yeah.
And if he played the Pendelhaven, he'd be at 3, and then it's a bolt, right? So like,
Yeah.
I mean, this might win him the game anyway. So he's playing safer, right? Like it's just a safer
He's probably taking the
route.
safer approach.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
yeah.
He's like, I'm just going to be cautious. There's a land tax. I don't want to trigger, like, feed into it. So
Yeah.
being.
Genuinely, no shame at all on anybody who chooses to play land. Anyone who chooses to play land
Wow.
tax. But I just
5 lands.
I just find land tax isn't good enough, So like if this discourages the playing of land tax, I actually think it's a good thing. I don't think this is the format for land tax. Obviously, there's people. Oh damn. Yeah, Chaos Orb, cards of dexterity, fun for all. That's so rough, yeah. Yeah, there's exact lethal. So there you go. You don't need to take your chances with land tax because you have exact lethal. Green cards do math. Green and red cards are the math cards of this game. Blue is the science card of this game. Color of this game.
And what are artifacts there?
Solid gold. Solid gold.
Hey, keep it down. We have
Yeah,
our
yeah.
tech guy getting.
Getting
I don't
sassy about the
I don't remember our
artifacts
tech
over
guy being a lippy. He was pretty quiet last year. I kind of liked it like that. He's kind of like chiming in. Just like sticking and say, "Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yeah.
Should we get a third microphone for him?"
So, you cutting the crumbles, I guess, if you're Dave, or what?
I'm cutting the crumbles, yeah, for sure.
It seems like he's not.
Especially Sebastian, energy flux.
Well, Sebastian, easy energy, energy flux, easy cut.
Even the
Armageddon,
land tax.
Armageddon, get out of there. Right, like I'm pretty sure Dave is always going to be in a better land situation than.
See, like right now, Sebastian, take out your land taxes. Take out your energy flux. That gives 5 spots.
I mean, you put in all the removal, right?
Yeah,
like the
you
2
could-
plows, the earthquake for sure. You could argue.
3,
You could
and
argue the
even
side blast.
or even the strip mine.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, strip mine no, because he's like pretty minimal on line. So I think 2 side blast, 2 swords, and the earthquake.
Flash counter, right? Flash counter.
Yeah.
It hits an instant, or what does it hit?
Um,
An instant or a sorcery?
yeah, it's been a while since I've seen that card too.
Because
But I think,
that's only
or
hitting.
even he could like just, if he wants to even keep his land tax, I think he could even take out his disenchant and take out the disenchant, the energy flux.
Yeah, mulligan to earthquake. Like, see, like something like don't play land tax, so that you give your opponent the joy and the pleasure of putting their lands onto play, filling the board, and then
Earthquake.
crush with earthquake. Honestly, even bigger brain play. Show them that you're boarding out the balance. You know what I'm saying? don't do that. Don't do that. Don't board out the
Or
balance.
you accidentally, like, as you're sideboarding, one of the cards just accidentally topples over that you're going to put into your, that you're taking out, and you just, it shows it's a land tax. You're
Yeah.
like,
Oops.
oops. Oh,
Let me pick that back
my
up, yeah.
God, I'm so sorry. How did I? My, oh my.
So and for Dave, I guess. I mean, Dave might be happy to bring in the Ice Storm. I don't know.
Ice Storm, Ernie, just beefier creatures. Maybe he wants to get in with the beefier creatures. Disintegrate is also an option. The factories. Because honestly, if I'm like, Dave, and you're seeing your opponent has like bolts and stuff, and flying men, you're like, okay, I maybe need to bring in like a bit, some bigger creatures. I'd probably take out his. I would keep definitely at least the city in the bottles. Those are probably useful. So we'll see what happens in this round 2. I find that's a lot. I think that's a little excessive though for Pendelhaven.
I think you're trying to make a point when you put 4 Pendelhavens in your deck. You know, you're making a point. Like these guys are good, and watch what happens when I give them that extra 1 every turn. Honestly, we keep saying all day, and even with sorcery, like that 1 damage is really good. If it recurs, it's annoying. It's underestimated. Blah 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 blah. And now on top of it, you're adding 1 more to it every single turn. You know, it's like, here's 4 creatures. Deal with 1 per turn, 2 per turn, while I keep pumping the other ones. And that one you killed, I'm going to take its power, even though it's dead, and add it onto this creature because of Pendelhaven, and attack as if you didn't kill it. So kind of blanking removal without blanking removal. I don't actually want to make this statement that you're blanking removal because of the fact that Pendelhaven does require you having a character. So, like, removal does screw Pendelhaven quite a lot.
Yeah. Okay, Dave coming in strong. Trying to make a point. He has a second strip mine on top of it.
I mean, the consensus here in the chat that 4 is needed, I think just goes to show how 1 damage is underestimated in card games, especially Magic. 1 recurring damage is underestimated. At least it was by me until recently, so I don't want to project too hard here, but...
yeah. Maybe I just don't understand that card since I'm not...
Well, it starts with acknowledging that green is a color. You have to do that first. Once you acknowledge that green is a color.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Green's a color.
Yeah.
You happy? But because the creatures I tend to play with are a little bigger than 1/1, so maybe I could see maybe like in a format like X points where those could maybe like really excel, and you would see like its full potential. But in the 4 strip mine formats, maybe I could, I guess.
Oh yeah, plus 2 toughness is honestly not.
Yeah.
The only thing is that it's not raising it above 3, right? Like you can't pump a 1/2 with Pendelhaven, so it's not raising it above. What in God's name is that? Oh, lightning bolt. Okay. I can't read or see.
Well, it's not your stun or lightning bolt. Probably some kind of.
All good points, but by Adam there. But keep like using land tax as part of the arguments. I don't.
Yeah.
I can't. I just ignore that part because I don't think land tax is good anyway. So.
Okay. So,
but even that card, if it actually produces red mana, is also good to help against land tax. Like jokes aside, right? Like you got to play around land tax when it hits the floor. So
okay, it's taking the 3 damage. Interesting.
Okay, so it flies, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that plus a bolt or
okay,
that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess if you go block a factory, I guess it's
yeah.
Okay, opting for the planes.
Factory is a boogeyman.
So now Sebastian has to deal with that maze.
The fire spread is a 2/1?
It's a 1/1.
I thought he took.
No, because it's Serendib.
Yeah, it's Serendib. Yeah. But I thought there was a second. Yeah. Okay. I missed so.
Okay.
I wonder why there's a lobster on that Pendelhaven. I wonder why. Okay, yeah,
Whirling Dervish. I thought he was going to bring in.
I mean, he had. Are there any in the main, or they all came in from the side? So you just bring in more creatures was the thought process?
Yeah, that's what he said. He's going to bring in, his Whirling Dervish, I believe, is 2/2.
Yeah.
So when you're dealing with an opponent that has like bigger creatures, you have to,
Yeah.
There's only so much 1/1s could do. Plus, oh wow.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say that's Dave showing his hand to the camera, basically being like, I think I win. I'm not sure, but I think I win.
Is that the equivalent of like grabbing your balls?
Well,
just like here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
way over here.
Yeah, it's not bad, the second one. But the thing is that these things are dealing you damage also, right? So again, in the same theme of how good and reliable the persistent 1 damage is, Sebastien is helping the cause by dealing 1 damage to himself now twice over, right? So it's like, it's, I don't know, it's even arguable you're supposed to cut the Serendib Ifrits.
No, I don't
against
think so.
an aggro deck. It's possible. Like this, I don't know. Like they block fantastically. Like ultimate fantastic.
He's baiting him.
But that's what I mean. They died a giant growth. They deal the damage. If Sebastien swings and Dave keeps pumping and playing his 1/1s and 2/2s, it's just like.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Just,
see, like now he takes 2. So even if he attacks for 6, it's just game over. I think it's like.
Yeah. Oh wow. So yes, it gets a +1 counter. Because it's
Yeah. That's just the fact that, like, because that's what I mean. Against green specifically, I think you might board them out, the Ifrits. Like, it's just dying to every creature it blocks, plus the Earthquake or the Bolt. Like, everything. Like, it's just... not Earthquake, sorry, the Giant Growth. So it's like, there's just double the chance that it's getting...
Hurricane, then there's like... so Adam's saying, like, Dervish is better than the Pixies.
Yeah, Pixies, yeah.
Inside, yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Pixies are great against robots there because they take no damage.
Yeah. The thing is
wow.
Yeah, but like, the thing is, like, he just like ended his own clock, right? Like, he can't win fast enough with those 3 Ifrits, so he just like made his clock. Like, one
Maybe
of these guys,
just kamikaze. It's like,
one of these guys gets through, and you're just fine. You know what is actually like Rip Sauce versus his mono green decks is I think Abyss is like at its absolute most crushing versus green than any other color.
Yes.
Yeah. So 3, 4, 5. That's 5, right? It doesn't matter because anything dies. He dies to even the 2 damage, even without the giant growth. He just dies to the Freets, right?
Yeah.
Now, of course, upkeep. Plow your own Ifrit is a thing that keeps him around for 1 more turn. But DFB also playing bolts in his deck, so like, if it's not this turn, it's next turn, kind of thing. Yeah, I mean that was pretty clean performance by the green deck, right? Play around the land tax. Play into your own game plan, in game 2.
Yeah, so Dave
win.
performance.
Yeah, I feel like the games on camera have all been like really clean for the people who win. It's just like
there hasn't. I feel like the games where the players won, there has been like too much back and forth or like ups and downs, and you know what I mean. Like there's been like pretty clean matches, one after another. So.
It's quite good.
Yeah. So, I guess Dave doing Dave things, playing green and crushing this round.
Say that again?
I guess Dave doing Dave things, playing green, crushing his opponent with giant growths and...
my parents always told me to eat my greens, and
even
I don't.
Even the Hulkster.
Yeah, even the
Eat
Hulkster.
your peas, say your prayers.
Wait, when you say the Hulkster, you're talking about like...
Hulkamania,
yeah,
baby,
good, yeah. Because we're talking about green and the Hulk. I'm just making sure we're on the right pace here.
Talking about.
Yeah.
I'm old school, baby.
I honestly I didn't know. I always knew how massive Hulk Hogan was and how important he was to the business. I never actually understood the level at which he basically helped it get to where it got at the beginning, kind of.
Yeah.
And then obviously he switched over to WCW, but just to say, like, I always knew he was big. I never knew he was like almost as big as important as Vince was back then. So
he was huge.
I mean, he's done some messed up things recently, though.
But I mean, recent is whatever. But him, and then then you had Andre the Giant, and then you had Macho Man, which was always my favorite.
Savage. Yeah,
with those big glasses and that hat.
Okay, but like no one's touching Ric Flair though.
Hey, whoa.
No one spits promo like Ric Flair. I'm sorry, it's just not. Just can't be done. Can't be matched.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, I can talk about
Rolex wearing,
Yeah,
limousine
yeah.
riding, jet plane flying. All right. I'll
kiss
digress.
stealing,
Yeah.
wheeling dealing. But yeah, it's,
And so now is going to be the end of round 4. We might show like one more game. Before
yeah,
the
we'll
round
we'll
ends.
we'll see if somebody else is on.
Then there's going to be a pause for about 50 minutes to an hour,
yeah,
so
yeah,
people can have time to eat, drink.
Yeah, it'll
stretch
be
their legs.
a food intermission.
Then we'll be back for another
3
the
rounds.
final 3 rounds.
Yeah, so 2 rounds plus then the finals, which will be obviously our 2 top players, of course,
Our top
as
2 players,
as
yeah.
finals work. Yeah.
And
It is true that someone's saying that the black sleeves and the white border make the white border, nicer for sure. I have to say though, I noticed that oldest ride, longest ride. Nice, yeah,
Yeah,
nice, yeah. to beat the king, you gotta beat the king, What's it called? I noticed even myself, like I definitely love the black border. The older the set, the better the card. Blah blah blah. But I noticed that the only real issue I find with the white border is when you have your deck picture, and it's the one that stands out in like the wrong way.
Yeah.
But when you're playing with the cards, they're in your hand, you're slamming them on the board, they all look beautiful at the end of the day, like
oh, they do.
white border is not everyone's favorite and has its downside.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I said it wrong. It is that. It's to be the man, you gotta beat the man, not the best. I thought it was to be the best. But yeah, the man, of course. I actually just recently introduced Lizette, who never heard of this man before,
Ric Flair?
because she just moved here recently, right? So
Oh, yeah.
I just introduced her to the wrestling greats, and I made sure that Rick obviously was on that list.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right here. To be the man,
You gotta beat the
you
man,
gotta
yeah.
beat the man.
Yeah. Styling, profiling, limousine.
Gotta introduce her to one of my personal favorites, Macho Man.
Yeah,
Savage.
Randy Savage.
Yeah.
Yeah. That voice is iconic on its own, Yeah, actually, I did. Yeah.
It's okay.
Who was the woman that he was on? Was it Miss Elizabeth or something?
Miss Elizabeth.
Miss
yeah.
Elizabeth. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I think she had a tragic
Yeah.
life. I think she died tragically. Yeah. Anyways,
It's okay. We'll have, what we'll do? We'll play on camera, old school Magic. We'll dress up as like wrestling
As wrestling
characters. I'll be
character,
Macho
yeah.
Man. You'll be Hulk Hogan. And I'll be like,
Wow.
I got you in the ring for 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I rather show up as
And I'll just play cards, crushing Slim Jims as you're just
Yeah.
like fucking rubbing baby oil
Yeah.
all over your biceps.
but we're definitely going deep here down the wrestling rabbit hole. But
Yeah.
But yeah, we're right down the rabbit hole here. But like, I've been rewatching because now there's a YouTube channel called WWE Volt,
Okay.
and it's just putting out all the full fights from like the Attitude Era
Yeah.
and like right before and right after the Attitude Era and like all those bands. Like that's just like the best time, and just seeing all those guys and their promos, their energy, like everything, it brought wrestling back. From
Yeah.
you have
Did they showcase like, Doink the Clown and like the Bushwhackers and all those there's like good
Yeah.
wrestlers and there's like misses.
It's
quote unquote.
it's possible that they do. It's just that like my feed is always suggesting like The Rock and Stone Cold
Yeah.
and Generation X and all that stuff, right? Like,
I always love Stone Cold.
Yeah.
He takes a can, talks, everyone's like, what? It's like just,
Man, I saw him.
Yeah.
He made an appearance recently at like the most recent WrestleMania or something. They're looking old, And when you see him get on those ropes and like ask for the beer and like crush those 2 beers, and then go to the next one and do it again, and then go to the third corner and do it again. It's like you can honestly see at some point he had to like breathe. Like it was like, fuck, this is too much. Like he's old and it's like not the same anymore, right?
yeah, but he's beaten down,
Of course,
neck surgeries
yeah.
and
Yeah,
back
yeah.
surgeries and all that
Yeah.
stuff. So at the end of the day, though, I mean, what was really weird for me is I tried watching wrestling recently, and I couldn't do it, but it was also the time during COVID.
Oh yeah, no.
So instead of audiences, it was like all like these screens.
Yeah, screens with the
And I just couldn't watch. I was like, this is atrocious.
Yeah, so bad. But honestly, whatever they did once they joined with Netflix, like it's never gonna touch the good old days.
Yeah.
But honestly, they're from what I'm seeing and what I'm understanding, they're actually doing really good things right
Oh,
now.
yeah?
Right
That's
now,
good.
yeah.
That's good
Like
to hear.
because the thing is that everyone has kind of like, you know, when it was that Hulk era and then Attitude era, like that long stretch, it was either like people were just believing that it was 100%
Real.
legit or real, if you want to use
Yeah.
the word. I use the word delicately because there's a lot of real things happening in that ring, right? Like those
Yeah.
guys, they're putting their bodies on the line, like
Oh, yeah,
every
wrestling
night.
200
Yeah.
300 plus days
Nice.
a year.
Yeah.
so-
But like like either people just like didn't care that it wasn't real, or they just decided to buy into the illusion of it all. But then it shifted, right? Like after the Attitude Era started to wind down, it shifted to people being like, "No, that's fake." So like people just stopped caring because it was, quote unquote, fake. But then like I think enough time passed that people kind of now accept that that's the reality, and they actually just see it as a sports entertainment that it has
Yeah.
naturally progressed into. That like they're slowly getting back into the characters and enjoying the show that's being put on. So it's
Yeah.
interesting to see it come
Yeah.
around,
Yeah, because I remember as a kid was watching like Bret the Hitman Hart.
Yeah, man, Bret Hart is
Bret Hart is just
untouchable.
like
yeah,
absolute like just changed the wrestling
yeah.
world.
it's-
And
well, I
just
mean,
like
so many people say he's one of the best in-ring, like,
Yeah.
wrestlers. Shawn Michaels being best in-ring performer, possibly, but
yeah.
yeah. But not to mention those two in the same sentence while in Montreal.
While
but
in
anyway,
Montreal,
yeah, while
huh?
in Montreal.
One way to ruin the conversation.
Yeah.
All right. I've had enough of this.
Yeah.
So we're going to go on
Guys,
a little
yeah, I guess
hiatus,
it's,
little pause.
little break, yeah. So give everybody a chance to catch some fresh air, eat some
Yep.
food, drink some
And-
water or beer, whatever you're into, and
Yeah.
get yourself ready for the 5th round.
Yep. So
So
we'll
yeah,
see you in a little
we'll
bit.
see you in a little bit, yeah.
Yep.
Check back in what, like 40
I'd
minutes?
say at least 45 minutes.
45 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. See y'all later.
So are the mics off for us right now?
The mics are
Or on now? Well, starting in about 5 or 10 minutes. What you drinking there, Mark? You drinking a bit of water? It would help if you put the microphone to your mouth.
Excellent.
Yeah, so this deck pick in front of us is like gorgeous. The altars.
Oh yeah. I mean, the camp still exists that drawing on your cards is a sin or damaging them, blah blah blah. But I don't know, man. Art is art. I don't know.
Yeah.
So I agree. This is it's definitely standing out. That Sarah is pretty incredible, right? I don't know if you like that Sarah or not.
Like,
that's not Sarah Angel. Look at it. It has a sword going. Can you zoom in?
That's an anime dead? I would think that's a Sarah Angel.
Holy God, that's anime dead. It is anime dead. Look at the black border here.
Okay, yeah, now I see it.
But okay, honestly, even better.
Yeah.
Even better.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so there's a Facebook group called Mischief Night, dedicated to the Reanimator Reanimator deck in the old school format. And from my involvement in that group, which has been quite limited lately, but involved early on,
Yeah.
I've noticed that the owner of this deck, Brian, is one of the people I think keeping it alive, kind of like
yeah.
posting the most content about it and like really hyping up this deck in the format.
Was it him that got you interested in Rasputin, or?
I don't know exactly who made the post at the time, but as you can see, like and as you're saying, Rasputin has become a mainstay in the Reanimator deck. It seems the card is honestly incredible. We've mentioned it numerous times on our videos on the channel, right?
Exactly.
But I don't know who made the discovery. I don't remember, so I don't want to. Maybe Mark Ivaldi. I don't know, but one of the two for sure. And
okay.
Well, what is it? It's a 4 water. 4 blue white 4/1. 4/1 that I think that enters with 7 counters, and the counters can be removed. Yeah. And the counters can be removed to either prevent the damage dealt to it or provide 1 mana. So it's pretty insane. Like you can get huge mind twists or even just cast the Triskelions right off of them. You can use all the counters up. They die. Maybe you ping it with your own Triskelion. It chumps. You animate dead it. Get it back. 7 more counters.
It seems like it would be pretty sick if you get like Bizarre, put it in your graveyard. Next turn, animate it, get it on the field.
Yeah.
And just use the other mana to cast like a Triskelion. Like value-wise, it seems kind of really, really good.
Yeah.
I mean, or even just like other creatures like Shivan Dragon, or like you said, a Mind Twist. Or
yeah, some people don't play the Shivan anymore in Reanimator. They play the Deep Spawn.
Yeah, that's.
I'm happy to see the Shivan. Not that I think the Deep Spawn is bad. It's just I don't know if you've played with it or against it, but I don't know. I just find it's kind of taxing to keep around, and like the theory of milling off the top of your deck to fill your graveyard is nice, but I mean just look at this list. How many of these cards would you rather have in your hand than in your graveyard? The Reanimation seems almost like it's become more fine-tuned and specific to, well, I guess specific discarding. Like you don't necessarily want to rip all these cards into your graveyard. I don't think it's a winning strategy. So I don't think the Shroud capability of the Deep Spawn is worth that payoff of potentially wrecking your own win conditions. So I'm happy to see the Shivans. Long story short.
Yeah, I don't have much or any experience playing this deck.
Yeah,
I've played against it many times, and it's like Shivan has always given me the beats.
The beats, yeah.
Over Deep Spawn.
Yeah, especially with the heavy red mana capabilities in the land base,
Yeah,
right?
Plateau Badlands,
You're
yeah.
just turning on the Shivan's abilities even more consistently.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see the Sedge Trolls, not because it's a strange decision, more just because the changes that have been happening to this Reanimator deck since people started messing around with it, from even like Benoit and myself. You know, everyone thinks they're the first ones working on something in the shadows in the background. So like we had our moment where we were working on a Reanimator, and we were so sure we were the first ones, like trying to like accelerate out All Hallows Eve and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at one point too, I believe you tried to play a version with like Birds of Paradise.
Yeah,
But that was like Mark Uvaldi's.
Yeah,
like,
I think so. Yeah, it was floating around that just because like now you see how many colors are involved. It's not just like a straight turbo Reanimator anymore. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like the changes that have been being made to this deck are like pretty nice to see over time, and
exactly.
it's changed like in a pretty fast time span. But yeah, the Birds of Paradise were there to help fix all this mana. But I guess like I don't know if it's like not win more in the sense that it's winning you the game, but win more in the sense that maybe you don't actually need it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, the focus more on the white and the black.
Do you feel there's enough creatures in the deck?
Yeah, that's another thing that's interesting, right? We were jamming like 50. Well, how many are there? Hold on. 4, 8. There's 14, right?
Yeah.
Like we were jamming. No, 14 seems about right. 14 seems right.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. I think you've even seen some that have 12. You know, like let's say you're not playing the mid-rangey plan with the Sedge Trolls, you'd have those 3 out for 2 more fat boys, like then the 2 deep spawn or something like that. So you'd end up with 14, 15.
Okay.
2, 4, 6, 8, 14. Yeah, some noise happening behind us because I think they're doing their raffle.
Raffles,
for,
yeah, it's the raffles right now.
Demonic Tutors and what else was it? What was those? Do you know what was?
Was it Plateau or Badlands? I forget. There was like 3 or 4 things. So
Yeah,
we'll be.
We're gonna see the round 5 pairings aren't up yet, so we don't know who Brian. Brian will be on stream, so we're gonna see the deck in action.
Yeah.
We don't know who he's playing against yet, so we're gonna wait for that. I thought the round was gonna start soon, but it looks like we're just doing that raffle thing.
Yeah, but soon.
Yeah. So look forward to that because I mean I love this deck. I love Reanimator.
Yeah. I know you've always had frustrations with it.
Sorry?
I know you always had like frustrations with it at times.
Yeah. It always
playing against my infamous shop deck.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like a me problem or just the deck, but like people seem to be doing well with it outside of my experiences, so I'm still a believer in it. I guess I've just lost faith in myself in terms of this deck. I rather twiddle volt than shops anyways, you know. I rather be that kind of degenerate.
Can you tell me?
I'm just checking to see.
It's not, the pairings aren't up yet. The pairings aren't up yet.
All right.
It's round 5, right? It's round 5. Okay, it looks like we're getting another mono black.
Another mono black. Okay.
Is Ben?
So Brian's playing against 2. We'll see. Oh, there's a mono black.
Ben is actually 3-1, so he's struggling with the rest to be in the top.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, top 8, I guess. Right? They're all competing for top 8 because we already know the top 4 are all 4-0. So at 3-1, you're fighting for top 8, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say top 8, top.
Yeah. All right. So this is who Brian is playing against.
Yeah.
So it's not quite mono black, but it's mono black. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Mono black, trying to disguise the fact that it's not mono black. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mono black with a little dash of red, like a little sea
Yeah.
salt.
Don't- It's good that there's only one factory. Like we were talking about how draining the mana base
Yeah.
needs to be. Carl was saying that the math for mono black deck is 21 swamps, 21 black sources. That's like the whole mana base. And people usually play 4 to 8 colorless lands in Strip Mine and Mishra's Factory. So think about that.
Yeah.
21 black sources in a deck
That's quite
that
a
basically is trying to play 8 color. Makes no sense. So playing the colorless lands is very difficult. I'm trying to say all this because now you're playing with red cards. So not only do you have the double black requirements on a lot of your cards, you now also have to have access to red. So it's good to see only one factory. Arguable should have just cut it. Maybe cut the 4th strip mine instead of the factory. You know, play 4 colorless lands, either 4 strips or 3 strip, 1 factory, possibly.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, you know, with the Blood Moon,
What's that?
with the Blood Moon too, so it's like, you know,
Yeah. So
I don't know about the factory being
when are you? Oh, that's
good
true.
in this
Yeah.
deck. Like, you know,
What turn are you trying to play Blood Moon in this deck?
what?
What turn are you trying to play Blood Moon? Do you think this is a turn 3 Blood Moon deck?
I think because Blood Moon could really kind of hinder you.
Yeah, fuck. There's 2 fireball factories.
2 factories, yeah. Wow. So, like, my problem with the Blood Moon main is because now you have the City of Brasses. They're going to be red mana sources. Your Badlands are going to be red. They're going to be mountains. Your factory is going to be mountains. But you need all these black mana sources. So then now you're stuck to only, 7 swamps?
Yeah.
That, to me, is, like, problematic for what this deck is trying to do. You know? Yeah, okay. The hands,
that's true. The
I mean,
initiate.
the Ebon hands, sure, you could kind of justify that.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, I'm not trying to make a dice to removal argument, but that's definitely the bird to bolt. You bolt that bird. You bolt that bird.
yeah. So,
But yeah, it turns our colors into black, right? Yeah.
yeah.
He can also. That's true. With the Blood Moon, he can also turn the red to black.
I mean, I
But-
guess it's justified, but I would not
It's
want a creature to be my dependency
Yeah,
to fix
yeah,
my
yeah.
color, like to get my mana.
and only
I
3
get
also.
why it's there.
Yeah. It's
I
risky.
know that, but I still have a problem with the fact that there's 2 Blood Moons main boards, and then you're hoping that
Yeah.
creature stays, and you're hoping, you know what I mean? So
Well, there's also a big.
it's just I find it's a high risk, and the rewards is low. I don't know. That's just me personally.
Yeah. But, you know, honestly, it's like, yeah, it's true. Like sometimes things that are just like it gets played and you go, like, why are you playing that? And you just let it live because
Yeah.
you can't. But like honestly, that should be the trigger, right? If you have to ask yourself why is that in the deck,
Yeah, if you have that eyebrow raising moment there, you're like,
just remove it. So the thing is that even if what they're trying to do, I'm not saying this is, I'm just saying like even if what they're trying to do is super jank and
Yeah.
like not good, it's probably one of the things that's required to do that, right?
Yeah.
So like just get rid of it. Just get rid of it, right? Don't let it live.
yeah.
All right. So
I don't know, we'll see what happens. But I mean, yeah, if it's like a janky deck that needs like 7 cards to complete a combo, I'm like, what the hell is this card and that card doing there? Get rid of it. Bolt the bird,
yeah, bolt the bird.
as we say. Now selling bumper stickers of that.
Yeah.
Bolt the bird. People's like, what the fuck
Yeah.
what is this? So, Jason Keys on camera, facing Brian Bogdan. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm, and I don't think Brian's been on camera. Was he on last year? I don't think so, eh?
Yeah. I don't know if he was here. Was he here last year?
I don't think he was here last year. But, good luck to the players. Round number 5 of 7.
Is there no bazaar in that hand? So that's the thing, right? Because it's not a turbo All Hallows Eve deck anymore, it is not unreasonable to keep hands that don't try to instantly Bazaar into Animate Dead, right? Like sometimes you Bazaar, Animate Dead, dump 3 cards, which is actually dumping 1 card because you drew 2. Then you play land next turn, Mox, let's say, and you Animate Dead the thing, and then one of those gets plowed or disenchanted. And now you've got like 2 or 3 cards in your hand and maybe 1 more Bazaar activation, and your whole plan was based around animating a 4/4, and the 4/4 doesn't just kill, so it's like you can play land go, you can play a different game nowadays with how Reanimator is built. So it's interesting to see always how the games play out. Yeah, things seem to have quieted down behind me.
Yeah, well, it's
Behind
now
us, I mean.
the players are engaged in battle.
Yeah, so we can. I feel like I can calm my voice down. I feel like I was yelling again. I don't know.
I'm saying engaged in battle as if they're like over the hills fighting with swords.
Yeah.
They're engaged in battle, my lord. Shall I send the cavalry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Okay. So I mean, obviously, troll on turn 1, followed by him. I was gonna say, and then I see that it's in his hand. Is obviously quite the nice tempo play.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever this demonic gets risks just going bye-bye. Now,
does he have a second black? No, he doesn't.
Well, he has the initiates, but it does take 2 turns, right? So like,
yeah, he's got to cast it.
Yeah, and then wait 1 more turn, right? So like, here's where you're kind of seeing that issue of the 21 black sources.
Yeah.
That's true. Black-red has low access to enchantment removal. And without the disc, it's even harder. So he's gonna, relying heavily on him to Torak, basically, I would say, to hit, because Reanimator is not necessarily trying to rush out its creatures into the graveyard. It's higher chance of having a handful of good stuff cards that him to Torak. You would say is like intuitively you don't want to play him to Torak versus them because they want their cards in the graveyard, but it's random and it could hit much higher chance of hitting other relevant cards than just the creatures that are in their hand.
Yeah.
No, and especially if you have access to white, like if you're playing white-black and you can just disenchant the Animate Deads on top of it, you're even less worried about the creatures that they possibly discard.
So not looking good for Jason at the moment. Playing only 1. Am I missing something?
So so if you're messed on black mana like this, the strip mine, you probably shouldn't use the strip mine, right? Like better to keep it because now it's two black mana.
Yeah. So now he would have had 2 black mana, him to Torak.
So now the Bazaar is doing its thing. Animate Dead, the Shivan.
Yeah. So.
See, do you Animate Dead the? I guess the Shivan just wins faster. You have 3 red sources.
Yeah, you have 3 red sources. You can pump it. I think that's my creature for sure. 100%.
Yeah. So now the only unfortunate thing is the usage of that strip mine.
You put him on a 3-turn clock.
Yeah.
So. And the chances of Jason having a decent answer. Maybe if you have a terror in his deck, it could be a thing.
Not being able to him.
Yeah.
And then letting him ancestral, letting Brian ancestral is pretty rough.
Yeah. Wow. So Jason not looking, not happy with the mana selection that he has currently, which is close to nil.
He is playing 4 Dark Rituals, so it's not like the Initiates is taking up the space of the Dark Rituals, right?
No, exactly. So, okay, so he's gonna take.
And honestly, the Initiate isn't even bad here. It's just unfortunate that the strip mine was used, right? Like I'm saying.
Yeah. So see, Eric said no Terran, Jason's deck. So pretty much, I think round 1 going to Brian.
Yeah. Well, hard casting a Shivan Dragon is.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful. You got 2 Shivans.
Is a nail, a nail in the coffin, possibly. Yeah, too late.
And
honestly,
even then, it's that's 4 turns too late.
Yeah. 5, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Turn?
No, he can deal. He can deal. Oh yeah, he has 4. He can pump 4 times. Yeah, pretty dirty.
So
wow.
Yeah, a clean win for Brian.
It's honestly pretty. It's honestly the more I'm thinking about what who said it? I think it was Eric. Yeah, Eric. Oh, it's so hard for not white to deal with animate dead and enchantments. Like
Yeah.
boomerang in blue, but Jason's not even playing blue. So like, yeah, what can he do? Well, no, the
He's
disc.
got the
Okay, he
disc.
has disc on the side, but still, can you imagine like even if you can immediately play the disc the turn after somebody animates a Shivan or a Trike. A, it enters tap, so you're taking an immediate X amount of damage. And B, you're going to wait 2 turns and spend 4+1 mana to destroy an animate dead.
Yeah.
And then they're going to just animate again the following turn.
Yeah.
It's rough.
It is rough.
Now, like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's probably too
Yeah,
slow.
the disc
I
I
mean,
think is
even
too
it,
slow.
like if you can hit 2 of them.
I don't think he really has much that he could really do with his sideboard, honestly.
The problem, okay, but like, look, the trolls surviving. Like, imagine the same exact start for Jason, where he gets that troll right away, even if it's turn 2, whatever, and but is able to play sites per turn.
Yeah.
Like, you can put some early damage in that when it comes time to disc, and your troll can survive because of its regeneration ability. They might be low enough that the pressure that you can then follow up with a 2/2 or a 2/1 or like one of the knights might just be enough to close the game. So,
Yeah.
in the absence of the removal for the early enchantments, I think you need to be aggressive, and I don't think you can be aggressive by strip mining. That's the wrong kind of aggression.
Yeah, I wonder if that cost him the game playing the strip mine early.
Well, I mean, he lost 2 or 3 turns on a potential him to Torak. So, the him was already
Yeah.
slow by virtue of it being a colorless land, and B, it took him 2 or 3 more turns to draw a black source, which means you could have him 2 turns in a row and hit the enemy dead, and then
Yeah, he could have hemmed like one of the creatures or both of the creatures, and
yeah,
would have taken him a little bit longer to get those creatures back into play.
So Blood Moon can help, but I think an unfortunate thing is whether or not you can snipe if the main deck is playing Nevinyr's Disc or not. The unfortunate thing for Jason is that he revealed the troll, so I don't think the white disenchants are coming out of the deck from Brian, which means that could even just deal with the Blood Moon or the disc, right? There's even some. He may even bring some in.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like that's the thing. He has to hit the animate dead with a him, and then hope that one isn't drawn in the next like 2 turns while he chips in. Because like at the end of the day, like if I can chip in with 1 or 2 creatures, yeah, your 5/5 is scary, but I've already put damage in on you, and now I've got 3 creatures attacking you. So
yeah, so it could help.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
we'll see. I mean, there's the sideboards might determine game 2, but I don't think.
We're back in
We'll
the game.
see.
Oh, fast.
Oh, that was quick.
So what? What happened? What did we miss? There was a Mind Twist for 2 last turn.
So yeah.
And what was before? Unless it was a Dark Ritual Mind Twist? Possible?
Yeah, it looks like Dark Ritual Mind Twist for 4. Yeah, because 4, 5, 6, 7 he drew for turn 8.
Yeah. So okay, here we
think
hit.
Dark Ritual Mind Twist.
Yeah.
Or yeah. Okay.
I wonder. Oh well, hit the black source.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing at least.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like whether or not that was the correct decision. Now that we're in the world of doing that, that's the right one to hit, obviously, right?
Yeah, yeah. After the last game, for sure.
Oh, 1 card left in hand. Bolt.
So Jason taking no chances, just like
That, yeah. See, something that's like early him / like discard effect, pressure, so that by the time he reanimates, you already have a full board. He's at 12, 10, 11, whatever, 9.
Yeah.
Hopefully under 10.
Okay.
Like, see, like he draws a disenchant here. You're so happy. What did he draw? I didn't see what he drew. Was it a disenchant?
No, I don't know. We could run over and ask him if you want.
3. Yeah, you just gotta.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're pumping. Unless you have another knight, you pump, right? Okay, good. Yeah, so no, yeah. Another knight means also
One
any,
thing that could
any
change
creature.
the
Yeah.
tide is like a balance.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
he's
true.
having a Sarah.
Oh, Rasputin,
try-
Triskelion, Sarah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sad times. See, like that's something. So
But
like,
he's not able to cast
yeah.
it,
See, like
so-
now we're at 5, so it doesn't matter what big boy he plays or girl, right?
Yeah.
We're just going to game 3 as fast. I was even gonna say if he just draws Lotus and Thing, then it's like so now we're gonna. Oh yeah, Rasputin. Okay, Rasputin gives 2 things. Technically, I wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
Rasputin is 2 things. Yeah, now the Triskelion kills the 2 minions.
Yeah.
I mean, Jason is still a bolt deck.
I mean, do you get rid of the Sedge Troll? Oh no, because the Pump Knight has first strike, I think. So no protection from black, but he has to pay 1. 1 for first strike, and then I think 2 for +1/+0, or is it the opposite?
+1/+0.
+1/+0. No, but I'm saying
You pay 2.
2 mana for +1/+0.
Yeah.
And I think it's 1 black
For first strike.
Yeah.
Disc? Is this a disc? Oh, Fireball?
That would bring him to 1.
Yeah, I think Fireball you just wait 1 more turn, right? Like he's going to have to spend this turn to kill your stuff, so there's no threat on the backswing.
Yeah.
So it's actually interesting because Brian drew exactly Rasputin and then Sarah Angel, and then it was the Lotus that gave him the chance to play the Rasputin. So the Rasputin followed the Triskelion, and then they came
we were
down
just
together.
talking about that earlier too.
Yeah.
That, like they could ramp you to.
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
yeah. That's true. If Rasputin is untapped on your upkeep, you can put a counter on him, but you can't surpass 7.
Yeah. So.
Land? Oh yeah, no, it's a disc. It's a disc. I'm pretty sure I saw a disc. Okay, flying is good because now the trike probably has to kill it.
Yeah, I would think
Because
so.
1 hippie swing. Oh my lord, never mind. Oh my lord, never mind. Yeah, this is a lightning bolt game.
This is
Fireball.
all he needs is 1 bolt and night, sweet prince. So, at this point, do you ping the hippie? Oh wow!
Why did he use the City of Brass?
Second white mana source for Sarah.
No. Jason tapped the City of Brass instead of the Badlands.
Good question.
Regenerate can also be done by the City of Brass, can't it?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Whatever.
That's an interesting. Yeah. Why did he use? You try to avoid taking damage when you can, so I'm surprised that there was.
Jason here. Oh, that's actually a really good card now because Jason is happy to block the Sarah with the hippie, so it won't take that 4 damage unless the trike double, like pew pews.
Yeah, if he does the 2 damage to the hippie,
Yeah,
at least he
then
can swing
Jason
for 4
gets
this
4.
turn. Then kind of forcing Jason to then use the disc.
Yeah.
He'll still have the troll.
Jason should not crack the disc on his turn. The troll will tap when he regenerates it. Is that correct? Right?
What?
The troll will tap.
Yeah, the tap. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you pass the turn and you basically blank Brian's turn because anything they try to play will just get blown up by the disc. So because it's going to tap anyways, you might as well just do it on his end step. Stop him from doing anything, blow it up on his end step, and attack for 3 for the hopefully win.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good move. And
but it's such a beautiful thing, though. Rasputin into Triskelion.
so yeah, unless Brian finds a way next turn to tap the swamp, tap the Badlands, kill the Sedge Troll with the trike.
Yeah.
So even if he pops the disc, he doesn't have a creature on board. So kind of you know what I mean? Like if he decides there.
But the damage dealt can't also be negated by the regeneration? Because isn't it damage dealt? It doesn't exile it. It just deals damage, right? So
He's just going to regenerate. Okay, so he's forcing him to...
Oh, the trike can then kill it. Yeah.
So he's going to force him to regenerate. He's going to ping. There you go. That's it. See? That's what I was just going to say. If he finds a way to make Jason tap his
troll or his
tap his
But he's also,
Badlands, and
he's also at 2 though. You know, like any
Yeah,
bolt,
so-
any fire off the top. Yeah, no, I think you gotta wait. You gotta wait. No, don't do it. Unless he's gonna play another creature, maybe. Maybe that's like the only reason I can think.
yeah.
Okay, fair, fine. Oh no, sorry, the troll was dead, so there's no point anymore in
Yeah.
waiting. Okay,
Oh.
good for Jason. He gets
Ooh,
to take.
Jason
takes
back in
yeah,
that one.
takes.
All right.
No, Jason, he had the control the whole time. You mean game comes back as in he won? The
Yeah,
second game?
come
Okay,
back,
yeah, sorry,
no.
sorry, yeah.
Follow me.
Yeah, sorry. I got distracted by the English. Yeah, okay, so good. I mean, that's nice,
Yeah.
right?
So I mean, now we got a 1-1.
But that's basically what happened, right? Like early discard,
Yeah.
quick pressure follows, and then the big boys are scary and they do a thing, but ultimately they just get outrun by the potential because you're already so low on life. That now, obviously, the City of Brass doesn't help Brian at all.
Yeah, that's
It's unfortunate that you have to kind of play that card, but it's damaging you while you're playing against another Bolt deck, right?
Yeah. So, going to the third round, I'm curious to see. I mean, we have a couple of fans of Brian on this chat.
Yeah.
They're rooting for him. I'm just here watching, having a great time.
Yeah.
Watching
Enjoying the
people
old
play
school.
old
yeah.
school Magic. You know, and
hello to you too.
Even Jason's having a little fun with the camera there.
Yeah.
Hello, Jason. He's probably watched this when the video comes out.
Yeah, he has his own channel too. Also, actually,
Yes,
Terrain Basic,
Yeah.
the basic land. Terrain Basic. Yeah, there's a podcast, I think, right? They just talk about everything Magic. They go through the
Magic.
they go through the lore of some
yeah.
sets and stuff like this, and they talk about the new sets.
Yeah,
It's all
you
good
should
stuff.
Go check out his channel.
Yeah.
And I'm just, it's been a while since I've actually played Magic, but it's just how amazing it is that when you just, because you've been playing Magic for so long.
Yeah.
For like, especially when I was playing Magic when I was a kid, but then getting back into it, and even getting back into it, and been playing it for like 6 or 7 years.
Right.
And then you could step away from it for like 3 months or 6 months.
Yeah.
And then everything is just like quiet down you.
Like you see the card and you're just
And
like,
you're just like,
oh
yeah,
It
Badlands
just-
and this and this and that. And it's just
Yeah.
like the
It all comes
the
back.
flood of like memories and information. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, the cards are still there and
Yeah.
it does the same thing it did last time. So, and it's just like a bit of familiarity, just kind of like, it's just like it's always there.
Yeah.
It's always
The art plays a big part in that.
yeah, that too. I don't know nothing about art. There's art on the cards?
Yeah,
I
that's
see a bunch of kids scribbling crayons and look at me, I signed my name in cursive.
well, that's a whole
Oh,
bunch
jeez, okay.
of things
Somebody
in the
has an
graveyard.
enemy dead. Okay.
So that's 2 times we have the mono black-esque decks on camera here, and no turn 1 Dark Rituals.
Yeah. No classic swamp, Dark Ritual hippie.
Okay,
Wow,
so
okay.
Brian is now relying exactly on Mox Jet, or now he can cast Sedgetroll, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And also Shivan Dragon can be cast. And
Yeah.
Triskelion can be cast. So it's kind of like modern Tron. People tend to bring in Blood Moon versus it because they think I'll just turn off the Tron.
Yeah.
But it's like those things are colorless that they're casting, so they're just going to...
Oh, you bolted the
Oh, nice. Yeah.
troll, yeah.
Disc?
Oh, a big play.
Disc would not be very good here, right? But just having it available is also not a
disc-
bad thing.
It's kind of like a power move. Like
Yeah.
anytime you decide to do something, I could
2,
just
4,
pop
5,
off and.
Yeah. But then the Blood Moon goes too, right? Which is honestly
Yeah.
relevant.
So do I see him using it
I-
in
I
the
don't- I-
future?
I don't-
No.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I don't think Brian needs Pearl or Jet. I think Brian needs land source number 6, so that Brian can just play his big boys and
Yeah.
or girls. and forced disc anxiety. You know.
Yeah. Okay. So
Now, of course, he discarded 3 of them at the beginning of the game, right? That's like,
yeah, now it feels really bad discarding those
Yeah.
Triskelions because you're like, shit, I could have just like played those but you can't see into the future, so I mean, it is what it is. You take it on the chin and you pray to the gods that you draw something, and of course. It's a lot of fancy mountains.
damn. So 6 mana and nothing to play. If there was a Triskelion that can come down here, we'd be in a bit of a better shape, right?
Yeah. Ugh. I know that toss of
Yeah,
fuck
unfortunately.
this shit.
Yeah.
Screw this game. This game sucks. Why did I come here? This goddamn tournament. Who talked me into it?
Yeah.
I'm going home. I'm buying a 6-pack.
Game 1 looked so. What is that? What?
Oh,
Yeah.
double ritual coming in for the win. Wow.
Yeah. So the hand was a glorious hand for Brian, but unfortunately not Blood Moon prepared.
And I guess I should eat my words when I said I wasn't too sure about the Blood Moon.
Yeah, but I think he just had 6 cards that weren't Shivan or Triskelion in his hand also, right? Like, I think that's a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Discarding,
mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Like, and imagine if he didn't discard those 2 trikes at the beginning of the game, right?
but I'm sure he was like, okay, I'm going to get whatever, make it come back out. And then he's just like, I just lost the game because I discarded those 2 trikes.
Yeah.
And it's unfortunate, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're here to have fun. Congratulations to Jason for the win.
Yeah, I mean, from game 1 looking very much like Brian was just going to steamroll into a 2-0 win to pushing game 3 and never revealing the Blood Moon until that 3rd game.
Yeah.
Good
So
stuff for
absolutely
Jason.
like phenomenal
and,
stuff, and that's
oh,
the
that
thing
Shivan in the sideboard. Sorry, there's a Shivan in the sideboard.
Oh,
He cut a Shivan.
interesting.
What else did he cut? All Hallows Eve. No. All Hallows Eve seems like it's amazing versus Mono Black.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I'm curious to know the reasoning behind that. If there's something that I've missed over the years, because like, how does Mono Black deal? I mean, unless you're absolutely sure that the disc is going to be there because of the troll, and you're afraid of just getting like gotcha'd by the disc. But like, again, I guess it's either, you know what? Okay, fair. I think it's either you're bringing in all your disenchants if you keep the All Hallows Eve, or you're cutting the disenchant, or you don't need to bring in more and are possibly cutting the disenchants if you cut the All Hallows Eve. So it might just be a result of I don't want to be stuck having to bring in more disenchants in this matchup, so I'll just bring out my card that just dies to disc, which is fair. No, sometimes I talk myself into my own realizations, you know.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I just sit here and nod.
Yeah.
It's much easier like that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like having a second wife. A little bit. Yes, dear. You're absolutely right.
Just let me run myself into the ground.
He'll tell. People ask, so how's Mark? Let him talk. He'll tire himself out. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. Just let him. Full circle.
It works every time.
Works every time.
Oh yeah.
And then you realize,
The
then you
sleeping,
always sit
is,
there and
is great.
you're like, I'm right all along. I was just like, I just need to acknowledge that and explain why.
Every time I have conversations up here, I always end up right. It's fantastic.
Yep.
So I mean, I like Reanimator a lot, but you get got hard by Blood Moon.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely the Blood Moon messed them up a bit. So, that's all it takes is one card to turn the tides, and
I think
that's
that
what
might
it was.
be Well, it might be one of the meta calls that people were making between either being heavy on bolts or trying to go a Blood Moon route.
Yeah.
I don't know how much Blood Moon would have affected the other games we watched. We've been seeing quite a bit of basics, honestly, today. Like land tax decks, right?
Yeah, a lot of, especially in this tournament, a lot of bolts, a lot of trolls. It's just amazing. Those 2 cards, like Sedge Troll, I never seen this many in the tournament, ever. I think. you always see like 1 or 2 decks, but it's like almost as much as like ATOG, and it's like it's crazy to me. Like I get maybe the lightning bolt, you want to splash red,
Yeah.
efficient like removal or direct damage, but the creature selection this year, like the troll and the ATOGs especially,
Yeah, pretty abundant.
yeah, pretty abundant.
Yeah.
So
So
who do you have for?
well, we have actually, if anybody wants to give their opinion, we can either feature a Twiddle Volt deck, if anybody's interested in seeing a combo deck, an extremely refined, beautiful creation of a combo deck in Old School, or a beautiful creation of our spiciest member of the Montreal Old School community, Derek,
Yeah,
who's trying to do something with Priest of Yawgmoth. Is that right?
Priest of
Sacrifice an
Yawgmoth,
artifact
yeah.
to gain mana equal to its casting cost. So something along the lines of playing Suchi, not attacking with it, trying to make sure it lives, sacrificing it to get 8 mana, and then throwing giant fireballs at people.
yeah.
So also
So-
kind of a combo deck.
But
It'll
kind
be
of fun and spicy.
Yeah, so if anybody has an interest in one of those two, it'd be a good time to share it in the chat. Personally, I know I want to see Time Vault. It's the deck that
You
I have.
always
yeah.
want to see Time
It's
Vault.
the, deck
That's
it's the deck that I have the most experience with in Old School, like hands down. The ins, the outs. Like I'm in love with the deck. The consistency is incredible. The play pattern.
you know, there's like a lot of consistencies like with old school players. Like if you look like at Dave Bard's like deck picks,
Yeah.
it's mostly green.
Yeah.
Oh, what's Mark playing? It's Twiddle
It's probably Twiddle Vault. Yeah. I
What's
just
Anthony
wanna-
playing? Shops.
I just want to
So-
untap my Time Vault. You know, either with Twiddle or even just naturally. One of the greatest things is untapping that Time Vault.
Well, I tap it.
I just want to.
I tap it.
I just
I'm
want to.
saying.
Well, yeah, because the next thing to do
Yeah.
is to then tap
yeah,
it.
okay.
So, anyways, yeah. So,
But yes, it's now this deck list that Sebastian has. This like from you like
well,
helping
It's Danny Friedman.
Danny Freeman. Okay.
Yeah. He's the.
But didn't you like have a version that was like
Well, I was playing
meshing
Stasis.
like?
I
Huh?
was playing Stasis in my
No,
Twiddle
no,
Vault.
but I'm saying your latest version. You took out Stasis.
Yeah. I just have it built like Danny.
Oh yeah, so it's like okay.
I'm not even sure if he's changed it at all or still plays it or at all.
Okay.
But from what it was as he had built it with that
Okay.
picture on that felt playmat,
yeah.
I don't know. It's just like I said, I've been playing Old School since 2014. I don't think there's a single thing other than Fire Sprites that I haven't tried as a deck, and the one that I think just feels the absolute best, most consistent, and honest to God strongest is Twiddle Volt. It just feels too clean, feels too good, and there's select cards in the deck that let you just go in slightly different directions, despite the game plan being ultimately take turns. That it keeps it refreshing, and
Yeah.
a bit mind bending. So I really
A lot of math involved, calculations. No, and that's in that your Danny's deck or whatever. Is there like let's talk about numbers? Is there like recalls?
Yeah, there's 2 or 3.
2 or 3? Yeah, probably
I think.
3.
Yeah,
Eh?
probably 3. Maybe
Time
even 4.
Vault?
It might even be 4. It's been a while since I've seen the
So Time Vault
There's
is
3.
3, eh?
3. Yeah.
So
3 minutes. I put a sound
You can even like maybe show the decks. It'll help.
So-
You can even show both decks, like 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there. He's asking about Twiddle Volt. Just put it first, and then we'll. Yeah, so we'll actually just take a look at both lists, honestly. We'll see how they end up. I mean, hilarious if they get paired together. Though I don't know.
no, I think based
Twiddle
on the
Volts
wins.
might, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what their standings are.
So
Yeah, all right. So here's the Twiddle Volt list. So you asked about recall. Yeah,
4. Yeah, it
Or
makes
recall.
sense.
you can honestly even just discard recall to itself, like to its own. You know what I mean? Like your second recall discarded to the first recall. It's not a crazy thing. Don't do that more than once, but you can do it. Honestly, the Hercules recall and the Mana Short are always cards that people ask like, can we just cut this? No.
No.
Herculing yourself for protection is a thing that happens.
Yeah, I've seen
But
it. Yeah.
even just like Hercule's recall is never dead because of that reason. But you can time walk. It's a time walk. Like it is a time walk itself against artifact decks. So like, imagine like you're playing shops or whatever, and they got all kinds of ICs or Suchis just pressuring you. Just bouncing it all back to their hand and forcing them to replay on a turn and then passing gives you, like, you're always looking for one more turn with this deck, even like on top of the fact that you're tapping to take extra turns.
Yeah.
So like really good. And the mana short, honestly, too, is like it catches everybody off guard. You probably have to counter it, so there goes one of your counter spells. And if you don't have the counter spells, but you do have interaction, you're just sitting there and watching. So a well-timed, well-placed mana short is what can lead to a lot of wins. So
Okay. Yeah.
yeah. Just give me a quick second.
Yep. I'll be back in a few moments.
say.
have 5 wins.
Oh,
Yeah. One American and one. What's his name? Lost his first round.
Right?
Yeah. 4-1.
ça va?
Ouais, c'est arrivé au stamp une carte.
Ben oui, ben oui.
Écoute, moi j'ai demandé si tu veux le stamp, tu veux-tu sur le bras, ça joue, tu sais. Non, je tape une carte. Okay, really?
Right here.
Hey, dans ce game, j'ai quand même. J'ai perdu encore. La dernière game, que c'est fait Landmark Vice. Après ça, il a fait Factory. Qu'est-ce qu'il m'a fait d'autre? Parce que moi, je joue contre des hymnes, des hippies, des Vice, et Tog. Vice, pas pire. Mais je vais là jouer. Attends que j'ai joué, mettons, 20 matchs. Là, je vais amener meilleur.
You want something? Drink to eat? No? You should have told me. You should have told me. I would have taken for you.
Next one. Whatever.
Yeah.
One beer is still gonna put me in the poorhouse.
Yeah, maybe I'm gonna take another one too.
So that's 2 runs.
I slept like 4 hours yesterday. I came home around 12:30.
Okay, so you left after I did.
Yeah, because there were so many people still in the bar. I cannot left all this gear here. So I wait till there left like only 2-3 people. And after I get, this is mine. And but when I left, I arrived home. I slept right ahead. And at 4:50, kids are up doing shit. I'm like, what the fuck? So we bring them to bed again, and I just couldn't I wasn't able to go to sleep again. Like it was just like, okay, so 4 hours of sleep. That's the only fucking thing I deserve right now. Okay. Fuck my life.
Yeah, right.
Oh wait. Oh, you're walking? Here's a Lego. Sip on that. Damn it. Oh, is that not enough? Here's the corner of the table. Anger needs that. Son of a bitch.
Alright.
Yeah. Want to give us Derek's deck?
Yeah, who's the pair?
I don't know.
You got it?
What? Is it up?
No.
I'm waiting for their answer.
I have no pairings yet. No, wait, hold on. Sorry, 1 second.
You got the pairings?
No matches yet. But anyways, we didn't talk about Derek's deck, so just put it on and we'll talk about Derek's deck.
All right, so let's see Derek's deck.
Yeah.
So, Priest of Yawgmoth, Suchi,
What does Priest of Yawgmoth do?
basically gives you mana, sacrifice a creature, and I believe you get mana equal to its casting costs.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
And then you want to sacrifice your Suchi because when it goes to the graveyard, you get 4 colorless mana. So then you just want to swing in with big beefy fireballs
yeah.
to the face.
Disintegrate and
Disintegrate.
Inferno also, right?
And then if the gods are with you, you could fork it.
Yeah, so I actually just witnessed him win the last match, round 5, by untapping 2 monoliths. So just to say, like,
And monoliths, okay.
yeah,
yes.
so like in the absence of the priest, right? If you have the monoliths, so he untapped 2 monoliths and made a 10 damage disintegrate, which he then forked. So 20 damage in 1 turn, and he was at 3 life against a deck with 4 lightning bolt. So
Yeah.
Don't
Lightning
give up.
Bolt
do not give
really,
up.
once again, I think another deck featuring Lightning Bolt.
This deck is all yeah.
Seems like it's
I don't think it was escapable, honest to God. Even the mono white decks are playing lightning bolt.
Yeah. Yeah. Mono, what?
Yeah,
Mono. No. It ain't mono.
like there's a very good chance that no matter what we put on camera
It's like-
or what landed on stream would be playing against somebody who, even if they didn't have lightning bolt, would have lightning bolt. So
Oh, I have a mono black deck. With lightning bolts.
Yeah, with lightning bolts. Yeah.
Wait a
Jason,
minute.
Jason winning against the Reanimator with his mono black deck, with red cards
Yeah, exactly.
and lightning bolt.
And so going back to Derek's deck, we got his sideboard, which is a couple of interesting choices. Sleight of Mine and the was it the Carrion Ants, I believe they're called?
Yeah, I think it's Carrion Ants. I don't know, but you can basically pump it.
For +1/+1.
Yeah, so as much mana as you make with your stuff, you can just put it into that guy. So maybe if you're playing against the control deck and they see that you only have Suchis and they take out some removal,
Yeah.
you can bring in all the ants and
Yeah, exactly.
try to surprise them with a 10-point swing, you know?
So,
At the end of the day, when you're playing this many disintegrates and fireballs, any amount of damage you can get in throughout the game usually means that those things become increasingly dangerous and lethal a lot sooner. So
yeah.
damage is scary when your opponent is playing this many fireball effects. Okay, apparently the pairings are up, so we'll see if we can get his opponent's deck on screen.
Yeah, we'll see in a moment. A lot of foreign black border cards too. A couple. The Carrion Ants, Mind Twist. Always interesting the color saturation on the foreign black border cards. How much
Oh yeah, no,
especially
they're
the black
beautiful.
cards, they really pop, and it's just it's really, really nice.
Table. What? All right. While the players find their way to the
So the players are
feature
just finding
table,
their way to the tables.
we're gonna put the
deck up on the screen. Yeah.
of his opponent, Joel Bowers. I feel like I'm about to embarrass myself, but the name is very familiar, and I feel like I'm supposed to know who that is, like as if we've met or something.
Possibly.
Sounds very familiar, the name.
Wow. Is that?
Anywho. Well, at least these togs have different art. You know what I mean? So, you know.
What lightning bolts again?
But this is more.
Who's
Yeah, whatever.
yeah.
This is more the kind of tog deck that I'm familiar with building, not necessarily with the white, but having the Onks and the Vices. I'm a big believer in that trio of cards, right? Like Onk and Vice work hand in hand. Vice makes you want to play lands, which means Onk deals 2 damage. Onk makes you not want to play lands, which means you're holding cards for Black Vice.
Yeah.
So
those together work,
Yeah.
I think, really, really well. And I'm really excited to see this deck in action.
there's
We saw this, I think, in the first round, which I'm not sure it'll be up on the YouTube channel.
but it was playing Onks and Black Vice.
Onk's Black Vice.
It was.
Yeah.
Because it's also really nice to have those cards with Tog, because they're the kind of cards that easily become redundant or useless. You know, you can play around them at some point in the game, so
Yeah.
they end up just sitting there. So what better use than to feed a Tog and smash face for as much as possible?
Or worst case, if you just play like an Onk, if you have an ATOG turn 2, or an Onk turn 3, you just play like a land prior.
Mm-hmm.
For a turn or 2, maybe your opponent decides not to put a land drop. And if they stall that 1 turn or 2 turns, it could be like beneficial for you.
I was yawning.
So I really like the fact that Onk sometimes, if you play it like turn 3, can make your opponent stall a turn.
Yeah.
And just that is really great. Then you just sack it later to the ATOG and swing, you know. So, and it really hurts knowing the fact that. And what's really, really good is if you have the Onk and then the land they have to play is City of Brass. So not only do they have to play a land that takes 2 damage, but then they have to tap it. And then I take another damage. So it's like to get that 1 mana, to play that land, to get that 1 mana, that took So it's like
They're
you just
lightning
got.
bolting themselves. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
bolting themselves. Crazy.
So I'm really excited to see this. I guess it'll be Joel Bowers, Atog, and then Derek, our
Our Spice Master.
extraordinaire.
Yeah, the spicy boy.
We'll see how Burning Priest. I love the name.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
I suppose it's better than Burn the Priest.
yeah, well,
That would just be like
I don't want
your video has been flagged
to.
for. Oops.
But
But wait, it was just a card.
how's my boy Will
Yeah,
Partial
so-
doing? How is Will Partial doing? If you hold for 3.5 seconds, I will let you know.
Will Partial. We'll check to see how Will Partial.
So at the end, this is round 6, yeah.
this is round 6.
So at the end of round 5, Will Partial is in first place.
Seriously?
He's 5-0. He is tied for first place with Noah Shanning. They are the only 5-0s, and they are fighting each other right now. Only one of them will retain the 0 in their loss column. And then there will be...
So one of them are essentially going to the finals.
Yeah, one of them will be in the finals, and the finals will be featuring the second best placed player. So even though one person is ending after round 6 with the only person being XO, there's still going to be one last round where we can pit him against the next person who did the absolute best to figure out,
Figure out exactly, okay.
who belongs
Yeah.
at the top.
Okay. Let the games begin.
Let the sin begin. You ever seen Little Nicky?
Oh, years ago.
Oh, years ago, yeah, of course.
I remember a time when it was on VHS.
Yeah.
You had to rewind the tapes.
Wow. Yes. Putting in that movie.
I'm dating myself here.
No, but no.
They even had like these special machines that was like they were just made just to rewind your VHS
Your VHS. Funny.
even quicker, and it'd be like little racing cars, and it would just like pop up, and you put it in, so it'd be less wear and tear.
Wow.
Yeah,
All that work into a technology that
I'm that
died out
old.
so fast.
Yeah.
Crazy. Even the thing that killed VHS isn't even like DVD. I mean, Blu-ray is DVD in a sense, but like the DVD players became Blu-ray players, and now almost nobody has physical media anymore.
yeah.
I still stock my shelf with movies, though. I will maintain that that history
Well, I
of
mean,
cinema.
it's like the casing, art,
Yeah.
the physical touch of owning a piece of history, cinematic history. So I get it. Ooh, turn 1 library. Derek coming in strong.
It's nice to see. You don't want now. Of course, this is the 4 strip mine format, so it could go, but here it doesn't. Now, Black Vice obviously is happy to be facing down a library.
Ooh, opting to play the Serendib first.
The Serendib does more damage over time, I guess, but the Black Vice loses relevance over time. So, do you play the Vice first? I don't know.
That's a tough call. I would probably do the same thing because he's going to be comfortable keeping cards. So then you're swinging for 3, play Vice, another 3. Now he has to go to plan B. So chances of him doing some real... Oh, okay, passing. So now Derek is going to have to probably apply... Oh, yeah, with the library. Yeah, that's just dirty. On top of it, he has a Chaos Orb, so he could just, like,
Oh wow,
destroy all his
Yeah,
mana.
I think
okay.
you have to. Oh, he's not doing it. I think you have to orb the factory and strip the library. No.
Yeah. Strip him of his
Yeah.
mana base, and he has
Yeah, the
a Black
Tog-
Vice.
That's it. The Tog is gonna do its job when Derek is
Eventually.
unable to do anything. So
Yeah.
put him in that position. Like really get rid of all of his resources.
Because in worst case later, You keep swinging in, then you sack your you sack your Soul Ring, your Jet, your Black Vice to get the extra 6 damage. I'm really surprised he didn't strip him.
I mean, of course, here's Derek just playing more mana sources, so there's arguments that it was the correct thing. But at the same time, now he's got 4 mana to dump more cards, right?
Yeah.
Whereas he'd only have 2.
I believe he has a Time Walk in his hand. And
Is
a
it a Time
fork.
Twister? I think last time you said the same thing about it. I think it's a Time Twister.
We'll see. How well do I know my cards?
No, but the reflection is weird. It's hard to tell. Oh, Derek doing his math. There's the finger that goes 1, 2, 3, 4, but
Yeah.
it's the body language that you gotta hide.
Opting to play.
What is that?
Okay.
No, really, what is that card next to the fork?
We'll see. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Stripping. Okay, I guess I get that move. So swing in for 4. Derek going down to 10.
Yeah.
We'll see.
But Derek has 5 cards, right? So, I mean, at some point that Black Vice. Okay, no, with the Shred Mine we change things. But again, like, right, like, I think that Orb should destroy a mana source.
So
Maybe even the colored mana sources, you know? I
Oh,
don't
did he
know.
forget to take the Vice damage?
Oh, did Derek forget the Vice damage? Is that what you said? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Because he took 4 last turns, so he was at 10. Yeah.
Maybe it's actually correct what he's doing. It seems like every time he could have destroyed a thing, Derek had kind of a way to make it not so bad that that thing got
Yeah,
destroyed.
but can he just win this right now? Sack all his artifacts?
Derek's at 10,
Yeah.
so it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, for sure. I guess the Orb mattered more as 2 damage than a removal piece.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, if he's got no answers, might as well just go in.
Yeah.
Might as well just win the round. So,
Okay. Well, yeah. I don't know. I'm not really sure.
well, bum, 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 bum.
Yeah. Magic. the category?
We just talk into this microphone because we
Yeah.
just love to hear the sound of our own
Oh,
voices.
what
We don't
he
know
said.
anything about this game. Our judgment is garbage.
The more I
You should-
talk,
you should just.
yeah. They ever
Yeah.
heard of? Yeah. The more I talk, the more chest hair I acquire. So that's what I'm in it for.
Typical Italian.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm also
Yeah.
Italian. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Too dirty. We should have our own podcast. Too filthy Italians.
Two filthy Italians. How honest it would be.
Ugh, we'd probably get canceled in the day. Anyways.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
So what do you sideboard in this? What do you?
Well, if you're Derek's deck, can you show? Let's see Derek's deck.
Probably Red Blast, I'd say. Sitting in the bottle?
Yeah. I mean, is it just the?
Sitting in the bottle, he's got the Serendibs.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Let's go back really fast to Joel's deck. There's only the City of Brass and the Ifrits
Yeah.
that get wrecked by the city. Is that enough? I don't know. That's enough. Seems
Maybe.
too prisony for a deck that's trying to prison you a little
Maybe
bit, right?
he had Blood Moon, I believe, eh, Derek?
Does Blood Moon work here? Togs
Yeah.
still get played.
Dogs still get played. Lightning Bolt,
Gets
Wheel of Fortune,
played.
Fireball.
You're taking away the power cards and the free, essentially.
Yeah.
The disenchants are.
Disenchants, the Balance, the Swords of Plowshare,
Well,
the
I
Demonic
guess-
Tutor.
But see, Joel too can just bring in all of his disenchant effects, right?
Yeah.
And like just blow everything up. I mean, he's already got the advantage here in terms of having one match win. So Derek has to. I mean, the blasts, but they don't. The blasts. What is this? What is the? Do you have to bring in the sleight of? What is that? Mind
Yes. Yeah.
with the blast? Do you have to bring them in together?
I think it's be a card in play.
Because
no?
like, what else does it have? What is it doing in here? Sleight of mind. But what are you gaining by changing the color? Am I missing something?
I don't know.
Like, what colors are you changing? Mana sources? You can't do that, right?
Maybe.
Circle, it says we change
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, against circle of protection.
Yeah, you could change the circle protection.
Okay.
so-
Okay. So it's,
Alright.
it's counter circle. So if he's playing against the white deck, was
So,
Joel playing circle?
No. 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 All right, let's go back to the game. Maybe they're already added there. Oh, okay, not yet. So
Yeah.
But yeah.
Juiced.
choose wisely. I don't think he
Yeah.
didn't have the circle protection.
Yeah.
Maybe he's anticipating circle protection, so he might put one in.
It's really rough though for a deck like Derek's though to deal with Tog when there's already artifacts in play, because putting all that mana into the Firebolt just for it to maybe survive anyways.
Yeah, but it's weird. It's like I notice how like every year there's always like 2 or 3 cards that really like, for some reason you just see them in almost every deck.
Every deck, yeah.
Or especially like in the sideboards. I think it was like 3 years ago, where you just saw like energy fluxes in like everyone's sideboard.
Well, yeah, but we had a
It
bigger,
was like
bigger reputation.
2 to like 4. Of
Yeah, but that's what I mean. We had a bigger reputation of being the Trike City back then, right? Like everyone was just playing Triskelion.
Sure.
Montreal Special was
Okay.
like at its prime.
Okay. Time Walk, Blood Moon.
Yeah, it gets a bit blurry.
It gets a little blurry, but it's fine.
You can kind of see it though. I didn't see as much land destruction in Joel's hand as last game, but that's fine.
Yeah, 2 Vices, 8 Togs. Okay.
Okay, so Derek did bring in the Blood Moon. See that?
See?
Did he have one in the main already?
I don't believe so. No.
Slight malfunction.
Sleight of camera.
Yeah, no. So the Blood Moon is only on the side. It's okay. We'll have a
See,
stern
that's-
talking with him later. This
Yeah.
so-called tech man of ours.
I'll have to have it with our tech man
Yeah.
pushing those buttons. He's pushing my button, I tell you.
All right. Okay.
All right. Let's get back. Get serious over here. What's wrong with you? Jesus.
2 Vice. Okay.
Yeah.
But I think Derek is in a position with his deck that he can empty. That actually,
he's
you know.
got 5 cards. I think he has a time walk.
Yeah, but also
so he's down to 4.
Yeah, go
He
back.
gets
with
out of the
5.
Vice range, so
Play
he could play another land drop and then down to like
That should've
2,
been
3.
play a Such Magooch.
Yeah.
This is a round 6.
Round 6,
Right before
game
the,
2 of 3.
Yeah, right before the finals. Next round is the final round.
Yeah.
Yeah, Derek just has to keep playing lands and playing cards. The problem is he can get stuck with 17 disintegrates in his hand, and he can't do anything except for maybe play like very expensive lightning bolts kind of thing.
Yeah.
But as long as he can just play lands and do stuff, he'll stay under those Vice, and then he can afford a few turns to draw.
Okay.
Tog.
This guy's a Tog.
Oh, taking 2 damage. See, again, why does this keep happening? Oh, they're all mountains. Never mind. Remember before when like the
Reading the card
well,
explains the
hold
card.
on. someone in an earlier match tapped a City of Brass when
Yeah.
they could have just tapped
Was that
Badlands.
Jason?
Maybe I think so. Badlands
Yeah.
was in the Jason, but whatever, not a big deal. He won that match anyway, so what does it matter? Whatever I think, you know. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. A Such
Okay.
Magooch.
Mhm.
But, you know, kind of just dies to Tog. Now that those Black Vice don't do anything, you know, he could just sack them at any point to...
It feels bad having the Suchi, but nothing to dump the mana into if it dies. So,
Are we playing Mana Burn?
yes.
Good. I maintain, and I will continue to maintain, that you should be punished if you misuse your resources. Mana Burn absolutely belongs in this format.
Yes.
But we're here to have fun.
Did you use all the mana, yeah? And he's just like, oh, we're here to have fun.
Yeah.
It's like,
Okay. A Tog.
2 Togs, which is scary enough, but with no artifacts, you're like, okay, I could deal with this.
Okay, Derek was willing to get rid of 2 black fights to trade us for his Suchi. Oh, a fireball split in 2? Yeah, of course. But of course. So,
Yeah, definitely a good move. Good call. Yeah. Yeah. Seamers are not the only one that's a big fan of mana burn. How did he untap his mono?
Oh, yeah. Should we go and tell him? Can someone go and let Derek know that his...
Sushi.
It's good thing that someone's paying attention.
I thought it was only an upkeep you could untap it.
No. That's Grim. That's no. Mana Vault.
Okay. Oh, okay.
We're gonna. See, this is like that slap in the face thing. I slap you. No, I slap you.
Yeah. Be aggressive. Be. It's just like, wow.
Yeah. Wow. So here's the other thing about getting caught with 17,000 disintegrates in your hand. If you also have 12 mana,
Yeah.
they're not bad.
Wow. Just Derek just coming in with the smash.
So 12 mana. Oh.
Ooh. Ah. Yeah, I guess it kind of feels bad having an ancestral in your own hand and not being able to cast it because of Blood Moon.
But that's true.
It's a double-edged sword.
Joel's under deep Blood Moon pressure.
Ooh. Wow.
Just find all the colors except black.
They have like 6 out of 7 mana sources out of that wheel.
Yeah. I'm sure he gave Derek all the fuel. Derek's got, like I said, 17,000 disintegrates in the deck. A priest and a Such. Wow, no fireball effect. Strip the factory, attack for 2? Yes. Damage matters?
You can't strip.
No.
You can't strip.
Oh, Blood Moon, yeah. I was just making sure you're paying attention.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm on it.
It's been a long day.
I know.
Does Joel have enough mana? Quick. First thing that comes to your mind, yes or no?
No.
Wow.
Oh, okay, yes.
Is that a fireball or a lightning bolt that he's got? Lightning bolt? I got... Yeah.
Wow.
I
Drew
got
7 cards and like pretty much mostly mana.
Yeah, and 8 of them were lands. Yeah.
Unreal. So attacking for 4.
And fork. Nice.
Oh.
Fork win.
And he stumbles
Yeah.
with the dice.
Little fist pump from Derek. Okay, cool. So Blood Moon is good. We saw Jason absolutely destroy Reanimator in the 3rd game with Blood Moon.
Yeah.
And
So
here it is taking game 2 for Derek. So I mean,
mhm.
it was a good call for people who brought it for sure.
Yeah.
I want to go around and asking the people who brought Juggernaut how their day's been going because
Yeah.
there might have been an average of 4 lightning bolts per day.
I think like 85 to 90% of people are playing Lightning Bolts tonight, which is like absolutely like I get it, but it's just like wow.
Let me see if
Do we have any deck players tonight? Actually, I think we have one.
We saw one player playing the deck, which is honestly interesting. Usually there's more, unless they just didn't send their deck picture in. But when we were scanning through them, I only saw one deck. Like
yeah, it's possible that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
because I think even Peter, who usually plays the deck, is not playing the deck.
Well, Peter is here, but I don't think he's.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's playing the deck unless he's playing the deck with Savannah Lions, but that doesn't really sound like the deck to me. So. Yeah. Oh yeah, so he's another Atog aggro deck.
Oh yeah, okay. That's fine.
Yeah. He was not having a fun time playing against Carl's mill deck. I think they went to time in the round.
Watch that wheel spin, baby.
Yeah.
2 in the graveyard, 2 in the graveyard, 2 in the graveyard. You're like,
But yeah, I think the last game got dragged out by Ivory Tower, which
I've
pushes a win.
of all the decks I've played against in old school Magic, when I play against a mill deck, I never wanted to punch myself in the face so hard in my life to relieve myself of the complete agony.
At least you're punching yourself, which is
Like-
sportsman. Like
I'm a decent human, Mark. Okay, I don't
Yeah.
punch the opponents. That's just rude.
only with the cards do you
I'll
punch.
insult them
Yeah,
verbally, but I won't
with peace and
physically.
love. With peace and love. Don't forget.
With peace and love, yes. Not promoting violence. That's all it is. Someone's like, nope.
Yeah.
But
Your
yeah, it's
channel has been
really
flagged.
torturous to play against. It's like, I need this card. Mill 2, Mill 2. Oh, there's a card.
King's a card, yeah.
Oh, and then they're playing like Field of Dreams. You're like, oh, you even get to see what you're.
Which are milling,
nice.
yeah. But without both of them in play, it could be rough, right? If they're just milling in the blind.
Yeah.
Because it still is a deck that basically looks like the deck, just has the mill package instead of those 12 other cards that would otherwise be in the deck. And, well, that's not true. That's not entirely true, but it's control enough that it's like the deck adjacent.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah,
it is
that's true.
full of good cards that it also doesn't necessarily want to mill unless it's specifically looking for something and in control of that mill. So, but I mean that's okay. Carl's had some success with it, and he enjoys it that he keeps playing it. So
Yeah.
all the power, you know.
Well, I think Carl's thing is like seeking pleasure in other people's misery.
That's a misery. Well, it's like the best way to win a game is to have your opponent say, "I concede."
Yeah. Okay. Serendip.
That black vice keeps showing up. Going first, it's definitely.
Well, I mean,
looks,
you have
looks
4 in your
decent.
deck there.
Oh, Derek went fast. Oh, he mulliganed. That's why. 2 priests, no payoff. Well, 2 priests, a payoff, but no nothing in between.
Yeah. Especially this mulligan, without Derek knowing, is actually be beneficial for him because Joel has a black
Oh,
vice.
the black vice, yeah.
So
That
by
is-
him doing that, he's taking 1 less damage.
It,
So
it is one of the downsides of black vice is that you can naturally just play around it.
yeah.
You can just play around it by accident, by mulliganing, right? So it's like it feels really bad when you're just there and waiting for the game to start with your black vice on turn 1, and your opponent goes, mulligan twice. Yeah, shit.
Yeah, shit. Yeah. There you see. White border MTG. I played in a Boreal mill deck. I
Yeah,
must
this is the
confess.
Boreal format, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the mill, the Boreal mill, yeah.
Yeah.
But Arborea is a card we don't see often, so it's not just like an established deck with 12 mill cards in it. I think I would hope, anyways.
Like it depends. Like if it's like something uniquely different, like really really different and spicy, I could kind of accept it.
Yeah, it's fun for the first like 6 times, and then after it's a mill deck.
Oh, I'll still hate the
Yeah, then
person,
it's
but
half
I
random.
mean, I'll,
With peace and love, you'll.
I'll
hate
be
them.
like, oh, that's interesting. And
Don't
then
forget,
I'll be like-
don't forget the peace and love.
I'm like, forget my number.
yeah, forget my number.
Forget my number. Erase me off your.
And then
friends list.
you'll be right back there next week playing
Yeah.
again, trying to win that
Games
that-
next
that-
Saturday. Yeah. All right. Okay, so third one.
Turn on black vice, takes 1 less damage, as you said,
Yeah.
and landmarks something, puts you out of ice range right away, right?
Okay. No. Playing the Badlands.
Oh, there's another blood moon. There's another blood moon. Now,
Okay.
of course, Joel has the sapphire.
Yeah. So not really. Ooh, Ankh of Mishra. Deciding to opt for the Serendip.
Yeah, nice. I was gonna say playing Blood
Oh.
Moon after the Ifrit resolves is a lot scarier than if you can actually just counter that Ifrit on the way down. Yeah, Blood Moon feels even scarier now.
Yeah. Oh.
Now, of course, Joel now has artifacts on the board. He didn't really have any last time.
Okay. Interesting.
I think it really depends what Derek does next. Obviously, him having the jet is so good because of the priest and other black cards in
Yeah.
his deck.
But now, Uncle Mishra taking 2. Atog. Do you like swing in with the Atog next turn, immediately sacking the Black Vice, or you keep it, or do you leave it there to keep him in check?
I think your opponent showed you all those burn cards. You keep the artifacts for safety sacrifices. Now, of course, if you're afraid that he's just going to disintegrate or fireball your Tog for more than you can sacrifice artifacts to protect it, then use it as soon as you think you can get damage through. Because you're also playing fireball, right? So that Blood Moon activates your fireball just the same as it does Derek.
Attacking for the 1.
I mean, we've seen the fireballs, we've seen the basalt monoliths, and we've seen the priests of Yawgmoth. We just haven't seen them
Together.
Together.
Yeah. We want to see the band together playing. Oh. Kind of twisting his arm a bit. Be like, will you sack one of your artifacts? Okay.
I guess Derek just wants less artifacts on board, so less of a chance of one major swing, more chance to kill it on the next burn spell.
Yeah.
His burn spells are a lot more plentiful than the other decks because of the 7 fireballs, so we can probably afford to
waste
burn
one, yeah.
them a bit. You know what I mean?
Boy, oh boy. The priest is on the table. You may not confess your sins, my child.
Yeah, that's probably what Derek is whispering. While it's Joel's turn, he just leans forward and whispers that.
Oh. What do we have here? Fireball.
Yeah, so it's a lot easier to put pressure on the Tog with one less artifact in play with a card like Fireball.
So now
But
he already put 3 damage, and then he put 2 more damage. So now he has to sack. Yeah, so
he's just letting it go.
He's not. Okay. So now the board stays pretty even, I'd say.
Yeah, just that Blood Moon is going to make things extremely difficult for Joel. I'm not sure if he has the answer for it. Like, he's got the disenchants and
so
stuff, but
take the 2.
I don't remember in his deck pick if he has planes or if it's just the Pearl, and that's all he's relying on.
See, once again, Derek having the Ancestral, but not being able to play it, feels really, really bad. Playing City in the Bottle.
I'm going to try to see if I can find Joel's list fast on my phone here. Joel is not playing any basic lands. So it's Black Lotus or Mox Pearl. That's all he's got to rely on.
Oh, wow. I think Derek could use a Black Vice right about now.
Derek going to chip away for 20 turns.
It's a slow and painful death.
The likelihood of Derek beating down for 20 turns before Joel finds the Pearl or Lotus is probably realistic.
Okay.
Not counting Lightning Bolt, obviously. Just saying, like, can I kill you by attacking you for 18 turns before you draw one of those 2? Well, see, this is why I argue all the time with Carl about statistics and math. in RNG-based games, like random number-generated games. It's good to believe and to understand and to follow to some degree the math, absolutely, 100%. But sometimes stuff like that just happens, and it's like
Yeah.
you can gamble a bit with the things you do, even if the math doesn't agree. Because at the end of the day, as soon as you shuffle that deck, the randomizer is what's in charge. So
Yeah, exactly. So, I think Joel has a Serendib, but he can't play because of the city in the bottle. Disenchanting. Ooh.
yeah, he needs his mana back. Honestly, arguable strip mine on the mountain, on the Badlands. I think I want to see strip mine on the Badlands. How about you? If another Blood Moon comes down, it's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Is that 2 damage worth Blood Moon number 2? I don't know.
Hmm.
Well, but he has the Pearl now, so maybe he's okay. He feels safe because he has the Pearl at least.
Yeah. So he's going to take... Oh, Mind Twist. Brutal. Oh.
Yeah. And now maybe, he has 2 factories, so at least he can...
Well, I mean, he still has 2 factories, so it's just like... But, I mean, he could kind of take care of one with the strip. Then Joel will have to use his strip, so... Derek is not out of the woods yet.
You think Joel drew a land?
I don't think so.
Yeah, now good for him for destroying the Black Vice instead of the Ankh. When he protected the Tog from the Lightning Bolt, the Ankh is putting in some damage here.
Oh, jeez. Wow. Derek is just taking it on the chin there.
Yeah, he needs a red source right away, but now, of course, Joel is playing red with no red sources, so it's not like Bolt is coming anytime soon. He needs 2 turns at least, right? Like red source and Bolt, so...
Yeah. Just... Okay.
Hope
Attacking
there's
with the
no
factory.
other disenchant. There's arguments that...
Oh,
Derek,
he's got 2 in the graveyard already, so it's...
Yeah, but there's arguments that Derek just takes this damage since he can't die to Bolt anyways, and next turn he can pump his factory. So, survive the attack.
Yeah.
And like I said, unless Joel has exactly Lightning Bolt in his hand, he's not winning next turn by drawing a red source or a Lightning Bolt, so you still have 2 turns. And if he does draw the Lightning Bolt, whether you're at 1, 2, or 3, it's killing you anyways. So
Yeah, that's true. I guess not.
I mean, look, Ancestral is still good, right? So it gives him 3 cards. But if he didn't draw a blue source, a red source...
Maybe he needs the 2 lives. So maybe he wants the 2 life to play the extra land.
Oh, that's true. He can't play lands if he takes the damage, right?
So
Super relevant, yeah.
Yeah, so see. He's like, at this point...
That is a good question. Usually we always allow proxies, and not only that, promote them.
Yeah.
Promote the usage of them, but let me find out. Well, I guess JS will answer. He probably knows. There's a question in the chat about proxies. Is it a proxy event? Is it a proxy event? Yeah, of course. It makes sense. It's very much in our tradition to allow proxies, so this is definitely a proxy event. Well, proxies allowed event.
Unlike certain other... I won't get into that, but yeah, we allow proxies. Let's just...
I mean, I'm sure there are some people sporting the beta and alpha Moxen around, but...
Oh, okay. Well, Fireball.
Fireball with the black. So did that happen over 2 turns, or did he have the fireball in his hand? Like, did he just have to draw the red source and he had the fireball, or it took 2 turns? Okay, so he was holding the
Yeah.
fireball. Well, anyways, like I said, we got to see the Suchi, we got to see the priest and the fireballs, but unfortunately we didn't see them all together.
Yeah. Well, at least we got to see, them kind of doing their own things. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the glorious, combo pieces together
but
in one game. But I mean,
well, we did see a fork victory, right? Fork the lightning, fork the bolt.
That's true.
That forking bolt.
yeah,
So anyway,
that forking bolt.
it's okay. I think there was, but honestly, the pretty good
Yeah.
games. Honestly, that last one was pretty good. Like,
Yeah, a lot of back
Blood
and
Moon was
forth.
posing a lot of threats. Then it was dealt with. Then it seemed like still with the mind twist, it was in Derek's favor, but Joel pushed through.
And Anka Mishra really putting in some damage. So
Yeah, Ankh did a lot of work
I
actually.
think the MVP
yeah.
in that third game for sure.
That's true, and stripping the red source helped a lot too, because
And then red blasting the. Was it this game he red blasted the Serendib?
yeah, the countering the Serendib.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of plays from Derek that seemed like he was really leaning
He was
towards
really
his
holding
favor.
his-
Yeah,
But it is what it is.
yeah.
Congrats to Joel.
For Joel, yeah,
And
pushes through.
the next round will be the finales, and that
Oh,
will determine who the winner is.
so let me see if.
So we'll be back in a moment.
Well, I'm gonna check the matches before we go. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna check the matches to see if the guys who are 5-0, if they're finished and if there's a
Yeah.
result. So let me take a look here very fast. So this is round 6. No, the first place folk are still in their game. So
Okay.
by the time we get back, we'll know who won, and we'll have most likely the person that they're playing against in the finals. So yeah, we'll be right back.
Mine that got scammed. It's sitting back here somewhere. Your what? Strip mine. I'll ask him. He's playing right now. I
Yeah,
didn't wanna
maybe,
interrupt him. I'll wait until he just like sat it back here somewhere. It's like on a board. It was drying, so.
Maybe just go back to
Don't sweat it. I just didn't want to bother him when he's playing. So. Oh wait. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
seems weird.
So, no rush, but I'll take your offer on that beer.
Yeah, sure.
Whenever. No rush there. Blonde. Blonde. So they have blonde, yeah. They say blonde, no.
Whatever.
No, they say blonde.
What is the same blonde?
Blonde.
Blonde?
Blonde. You know the girls, blonde beer?
Yeah.
Yeah, Boreal, no?
What? What? Any blonde?
Boreal.
Boreal.
Is the game starting yet? Or?
So it should, but Mark went to talk to Ben about like the pairing, so I don't know if these pairing options.
Final round starts right now. Round game all.
So
Where's that thing?
Oh, then he explains the true war.
yeah, because of the time. Yeah, exactly.
The answer is pretty easy. The first player and the third player already played together against one another.
Okay. So but just like if Will doesn't exactly win, then anyone at the top 8 can be the winner. Right? As opposed to Jason being the winner of the tournament. Because he's gonna be 6-1 among other 6-1s. Will he automatically be the winner because he beat the best player? Like is this the true finals? Or could the finalist be somebody who's not on there?
No, that should be the final.
Should be the true finals?
I mean, you shouldn't be doing anything else after that.
Okay.
This is the way +1 does. Like it ends up with a couple of people, just tiebreakers that's separating them. But if he wins and he's 7-0, then
Yeah, then
we don't care.
Yeah, then it's
right?
perfect, yeah. So
Yeah.
And you're already playing against like all the other guys in the 5-1 bracket. So.
All right. Yeah. All right.
We're here for the finals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But,
we got Will Partial versus Jason Keys.
Yeah. So Jason back on stream. Unless something is wrong with the standings or the number of rounds we've chosen to do, this should be the true finals. So the winner
Okay.
of this match should take the trophy home.
Yeah.
I mean, if Will wins, it's definitely because he's the only XO player today.
Okay.
If Jason wins, he'll be in a pool of about 3 or 4 6-1s.
Okay.
And then I'm sure it'll come down to some kind of tiebreaker thing or whatever.
Yeah, based on win percentages. So
So if Jason wins but doesn't end up the winner, well, at least we still got one more match on stream. So
we'll see.
yeah, but this is Will. Okay, that was Will's deck.
Well,
Was
we've
it also
seen,
a Tog deck? Was that Tog?
Yeah.
So Tog was going to make it to the finals today, basically. That's the conclusion.
Yeah. I think with Seb winning like 2 Tundra Wolves with like
With
Tog, I
Tog,
think
yeah.
people are like, rubbing their chin. It's like, I think there's something here. So,
Yeah, okay.
Time Walk.
The Lotus? Yeah, Time Walk, Lotus, Ifrit.
Okay.
Sure.
I thought it was a Chaos Orb. I was like, wait, what's going on?
That's pretty strong play, right? Take a turn, get a
Yeah.
free swing with my Ifrit. You have a 1-1 in play. If you decide to sinkhole me now, I don't think I care. My 3-4 is winning.
Yeah.
If you him me, you did nothing for the rest of your turn, and I'm still beating you for 3. Terror. Jason is not playing Terror? I don't remember. I don't think he's playing Terror, right? I think he was brought up in the Reanimator match. And,
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, him is better than Strip Mine here, I think. Not Strip Mine, Sinkhole. But
Is he-
we'll see how good it is. How many cards does Will have left? Does he have 2 or 3?
I think it's 3.
Oh, but he's untapped, so he may have responses.
He's contemplating.
Yeah, like if it depends on what it is, of course. But if you're just gonna lose it anyways, maybe you just
Okay, so he's going to bolt, side blast.
Ooh, would you have side blasted instead? You take 3 because of the city, but my God,
Yeah.
that 4 damage might actually that 1 extra. Well, you are losing 1 every turn because of the Ifrit, so you know.
Yeah, so,
Plus the beat down from the Ebon hand.
yeah. So, swinging for 3. Black Vice.
Yeah, right now doing nothing, unfortunately.
But, I mean,
But Jason kind of screwed on mana, so you know.
okay. I believe he has the City of Brass. Yeah. Playing City.
Yeah, drawing of the
Yeah.
extra mana was good for him.
Okay.
Oh, let's not miss our flips here. Oh, we missed our flips here. That is
jeez.
almost game ending.
Yeah, that hurts.
Honestly, like now is where the mental fortitude comes into play, because that could be so demoralizing that you just kind of stop caring, and that's that's the real threat of Chaos Orb,
Yeah.
is the demoralizing nature that it brings to the table.
So if Will is 6-0, I believe.
Will is the only 6-0.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's arguments that it should have been 6 rounds so that he just goes home the winner.
Yeah.
But hey, like I've been saying in the first 2 rounds, everybody's been telling me that they're just here to have fun, and as far as I'm concerned, more rounds of Magic is more fun. So unless I was in first place.
yeah. Okay. What do you get with the demonic?
If you're Jason,
Oh, we'll see if we have the
I
terror.
mean, that Ifrit is causing a lot of problems. I don't know if he has an answer for it, because it's 2 turns, right?
Yeah.
Or it's 1 turn and a bolt. Like bolt off the top, he just loses. So it's now. It's like now, right? He needs whatever he got has to. Oh my!
Is that an
God.
earthquake?
It was an earthquake. But earthquake just puts him 1 shy. Does he have 5 cards in his hand to die to Black Vice? Yes, he does.
Yeah. Oh wow, nice. Will taking the win for
Or wait,
this
no,
round?
sorry. Did he? No, maybe the life might have been off because of the City of Brass. He may have reduced his life by the 1 required for him to die to the earthquake after while it was Will's turn. Okay, so Will taking game 1. We're not. I don't think we're doing best of 5 for the finals, right? I think we're just doing best of 3 like every other round.
Yeah.
It's not a normal thing, is it, to do best of 5 in the finals? Not in this game, anyways.
No, we never did best of 5. It was always
Yeah.
best of 3.
Maybe the Montreal Classic Tetris Championship will.
Fatigue settles in, making Anthony a little
Yeah,
irritable
yeah.
right now. You and your Tetris. But yes, best of 3. And I think that's a good.
Oh yeah, no,
You know,
it's
50 minutes,
It's the
yeah.
usual. So, in case anybody has been missing all of the games today, let me tell you, you're watching at least one of the decks that has been basically featured all day. Right, everyone's just playing the Tog, like we've said a few times already.
Yeah.
I mean, the card is good. It survives most removal.
Yeah, other
Especially
than
when
Swords
you're,
Abyss.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
Terror.
nothing is perfect
Yeah.
except for Twiddle Vault.
Funny enough, we didn't see any Twiddle today in action.
No,
There is a deck here, but
yeah, there was one player was playing Twiddle Vault, but it was his first time piloting the deck, so he was learning some things as he was going along. Yep.
Yeah.
But it is slightly an artifact-based deck, and he was able to win through 2 energy flux, so that's always impressive.
Yeah.
So is that take a shot every time I mention Twiddle Vault? Yeah.
I'd be at the hospital with alcohol poisoning if that was the case.
I'd probably feel a bit bad. All right, so Jason, kind of the same thing happened to him when we had him on stream last time, right? Kind of like game 1 didn't really look like anything was going to happen in game 2 or 3. And then
Yeah,
he just
like-
came back and made it his match, so...
Yeah. So
I mean, and here he is now in the final matchup, so... We'll have to see...
So I'm wondering if, like, this, let's say Will wins, right? Well, you think next year the deck make a strong resurgence because they're like, you know what? I'm just going to counter everything you do.
And plow every
And
plow every
plow
talk.
everything that you have. And
Our new
teach
slogan.
teach you a lesson. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like, a lot of people are like, hey, a lot of people are like, oh, the deck is like dominating, and then it's like this year it's like, oh, ATOG is dominating. So I wonder if there's gonna be like that new kind of like,
Well, our new slogan will go from Bolt the Bird to Plow the Dinosaur, or whatever that thing is.
Plow the
Lizard? What is that,
dinosaur.
lizard? What is that thing? What is it, Tog? A dino lizard? A dragon?
who knows?
What is that thing?
How much weed did you
No,
smoke? So much.
no, don't do that.
No. I'm kidding.
But seriously, what is it? What is Tog?
Probably a lizard.
What the hell is that? See?
Okay, now I
talk
can
about-
see the confusion.
What is that? Oh, is that a him? No, what the hell is that? What is he doing?
I think of him.
No, but he tapped the black. Oh, Lotus is in play.
Oh, okay. So Mind Twist. I guess it's a Mind Twist.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't look like a him altar, but
Yeah.
talk about drugs. That card has drugs written all over it.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a Mind Twist for 4. Yeah, hit the
Okay.
yeah.
Just. Wow.
But Jason has 1 card in hand.
I think it's 2 now.
Just kind of draw go, but the draw go kind of favors Will here, right? Because of the black
Yeah.
vice. Oh wow! So hit the land, really destroyed Jason's dreams, maybe. And I guess he'll take Terrain Basic's hopes and dreams with him.
Just crushing your opponent's dreams, 1 Chaos Orb flip at a time.
Oh, wild!
That's actually, we've only seen 1 successful Chaos Orb flip tonight.
Yeah.
Jason,
I guess Jason,
obviously,
yeah, happy since he missed
super
his.
stoked.
He missed his, right? So
Yeah. Do you keep that Red Blast open?
You know, I was just thinking, like, you're playing the card. Do you just no? Okay, well, this can get a Badlands if he's into that kind of thing. I don't know how many more turns he wants to play draw go without having to play a land or cast the things he draws.
Yeah. You play it safe and get a land?
I didn't see clearly what's in his hand, but I have to say, like, some kind of mana source is probably on the menu.
Let's see. What's he got? Yeah, probably really contemplating.
What did he get? Did we see? Did you see?
No, the angle isn't good.
They really don't want us to. What?
Tilt your head, yeah. Tilt to the side of the
I've been
screen.
tilting my head all day trying to look at their hands. Makes no sense.
Did you get a Lotus? Side Blast and a
An Ifrit.
Ifrit. That's pretty good.
Oh, followed by another Ifrit. Yeah, I mean, the Ifrit was good for him in the first game. So, again, with Jason
Wow.
kind of dirtling a little bit. Oh, yeah, right. The blast.
Oh,
Of course.
Oh. Could someone please
fuck is
explain to
that?
me these altars? I have no idea what's going on.
Is that okay? That must be a demonic tutor. He just looked through. He looked through his deck.
Or it could be a poorly drawn vile imp.
Vile imp. Yeah. Yeah, it has to be demonic tutor. I'm pretty sure he went through his deck. Yeah. Go get
Wow.
classic demonic tutoring. Though we haven't been seeing much of that today. Demonic tutor for ancestral.
Yeah.
So.
Jason just kind of sitting tight.
Yeah, it happened to him in the last match, right? He was just. I think, yeah, that's true. He didn't use the ruby to play him, right? He
used
had
Lotus.
he had a Lotus.
Yeah.
Okay. So is that what he went for? He demonic
Yeah, I
for
think so.
Lotus.
Yeah, I think he went to get the Lotus and said, okay, I'll try to empty his hand out as quickly as possible.
It's really hard to deal with this Tog now. Bolt won't do it. Double Bolt just does it, right?
Yeah.
But like while you try to build up those two bolts, like you're getting chained, you're getting bolted yourself, you're getting factory beat down with the Togs.
I think he has 2 bolts in hand, so I think this opting to hit Will.
Yeah. Okay. He also has the disc in hand, so maybe he thinks he has enough time to find two lands. But now that orb off the top
Yeah.
really helps a lot, also. So.
I mean, if he sacks all his artifacts, that's 10, 11. Eesh.
But yeah, you're honestly
No.
we're seeing that.
8, and then with the Tog 9. Yeah, I would have bolted. Yeah, that was my thinking. Bolt his 8 Tog, force him to get rid of at least one of his artifacts.
But then
Because he just might come in and
it just feels like the bolt is falling into the abyss at that point, because it's like the Tog is just gonna live. You're gonna lose the. He's gonna sacrifice a redundant artifact, which doesn't matter or do anything.
Okay.
And your bolt did nothing also. So it's like I don't think we're at the stage of the game yet where you have to force him to sacrifice his artifacts.
Jesus. Will just absolutely
Yeah, he wants
answer after answer after answer. Is just
also playing very fast. So either tired and wants to go home, or just knows exactly what he's doing.
well, he's
Or both.
probably
Why not both?
I mean, he looks pretty experienced, so I'm sure he's had a lot of reps with this deck
Yeah.
going in, so he knows exactly. He's seen repetitions of the same hand, so he knows this, that, and I mean, it seems like he already has his things calculated. He sees what his opponent plays, and next turn he comes in, and he has already decided what his,
Okay, so I mean, obviously you can't bolt the troll there; it just regenerates. But
because I think that's also a strategy to like play fast and forces your opponent to think
Yeah.
that they, like pressuring,
think,
like keeping that pace, high pace.
Hold on, I think we're gonna see a bolt side blast. Oh no, yeah, but no, yeah, you get to scare your opponent into thinking
Like-
that like you just have everything, and maybe it makes them nervous.
And I'll do like if I see that they're trying to push the pace a bit, I just like step back, analyze, look.
See what's going
look at
on.
my
What are they really
hands.
doing?
What are they really doing? So, and then forces them like you can see like you could see usually like quite frequently, and then after like shuffling their cards,
hands, yeah,
they're, like
yeah.
shuffling, and they're like, so they're like trying to come on, let's go.
Yeah,
And
but
you're like,
also
okay, what's he got coming up next? So then you could maybe make a better
the hand shuffle though it could be also just like
a tick or
like just like don't track my cards kind of thing. Like, because if you draw a card and it's your fourth card, and then you draw another card and your fourth card is now your fifth card because it just hasn't been moving, and it's always the last card in your hand. It's like you can start to infer
Yeah.
things about those cards, and
yeah, that's true.
I mean that's what I'm saying. Like it separates the good from the great, right? Is like,
Ooh.
yeah, there's a side blast and bolt. Yeah, I was gonna say like the way he bolted the face in like on the turn where the troll came down, even though it didn't make sense to bolt the troll anyways, to me indicated like I'm showing you the burn right now to put you at exactly a point where you just died of these two cards, and I think it's like I'm not surprised now to like a turn and a half later that it's exactly what Will had. So Will gets to go home with the bragging rights that not only did he win the event, he did it with an absolutely clean record.
Yeah, 7-0.
Yeah, I guess.
So,
Remember that next year you should not play ATOG
yeah,
because everybody will probably be playing ATOG.
Yeah.
And break the meta. That's what you have to do. Don't be the meta. Break the
is
meta.
there a way to get rid of the ATOGs from an opponent's deck as quickly as possible? I could think of a card, but it's not the right game.
Yeah, so it's the wrong game, you know.
But yeah, that's just brutal. Like, if you could try to filter out that person's like,
Or wrong format, right?
yeah, that's true. Wrong format. I mean, just
Oh,
cards
yeah,
like what,
yeah.
surgical extraction. and
Energy
stone, but-
flux is
Yeah,
energy flux. Yeah, all that for nothing. All that wasted oxygen. But yeah, so yeah, energy flux is pretty good because it puts a lot of pressure. It puts the right kind of pressure on the artifacts. I would say that bolting the Tog just to blow up an artifact puts the wrong kind of pressure on the artifacts. It's not a bad play and it's not the wrong play. It's just I'm not happy to put that kind of artifact pressure. I would
Yeah.
much rather the energy flux. So yeah. Oh, it looks like Will is about to be interviewed. So I'm not sure if it's his podcast, if he started it or whatever. But Jason is a part of the Terrain Basic
Terrain Basic,
YouTube channel and podcast
Yeah.
group. So that's what you saw. That microphone there was. He went straight into interviewing Will Partial.
How does the first question go? How did it feel like to beat me?
Yeah, how did it feel to beat me? Yeah.
Points to the microphone. It felt great. I felt terrible.
Yeah. How does it make you feel that I feel terrible? Yeah. No. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
anyways,
but
I mean,
it was great matches. Togs, bolts,
yeah. Honestly, though,
huge
despite
presence this
you know,
year.
despite seeing Tog and Bolt almost in every match, if not every match, some of the games were really interesting. There was back and forths. There was like the Jason match versus Reanimator was really
Yeah.
awesome. The
Yeah.
one with what was it? Derek? No, that was it Derek? That was no. What is Derek? Yeah, Derek also with the Blood Moon. Yeah, what's his name? Was it Joel? Joel Bowers, I think it was Derek's
Joel
opponent.
Bowers, yeah.
Yeah. That was good too. Like you were, I really like game 3 really looked like
Yeah.
Derek was in such a commanding position for a
But
lot of that,
then
and then something
the
just switched.
Anka
Yeah.
Mishra just like punished
Yeah.
him and Black
Oh,
Vice
yeah,
and all that. So
yeah. So
yeah.
honestly, when these
It's just-
when these get posted up, I would definitely worth a rewatch. There's a lot
Yeah.
to gain and learn, I think, from the gameplay itself, and
yeah, we hope you enjoy.
yeah. So I mean, I don't know if I think that's basically it, right? There might be. Are there any more? I don't know if there's any more prizings being given out as like raffles or whatever, but
I'm sure there's some giveaways, but
I think everyone's basically ready to. Everyone would, I'm sure, love to play one more round, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure everyone's ready to.
call it the night.
Let their head rest a little bit. Get
Yeah,
some,
exactly.
Get some sleep.
Yeah.
drink some water, eat some fruits maybe, you know, not the bar food, but
Yeah.
and then
Uh,
eat some.
I'm getting
more
my
pogo.
nutrients.
Yeah, there you go. It's apple juice.
It's Daddy's apple juice.
yeah. So yeah,
So-
I mean,
Yeah,
favorite deck.
thanks for staying.
What was your favorite deck out of all the matches on stream?
The one I on stream actually was one of my favorites was actually the Reanimator. I really liked it, but it's just
Yeah, well,
It
what
didn't-
happened.
didn't shine as much as I would have liked it. But I mean, when there's a lot of the repetitive decks, it kind of makes you like root for the underdog or like the other, something that's a bit different. You feel like, okay, out of like 60 players, 38 are playing very similar decks, and there's like out of those 22 other decks, there's like maybe like 13 variants. Of,
Yeah, variants of the.
So you kind of root for like, hey, they're like the outlier. I'm gonna I want them to win just
To win,
because
yeah.
they're like different.
Let the underdog.
I always like the Reanimator kind of style too, because Bizarre.
Yeah.
You're but
I don't know. I love that deck a lot more. And I'm not saying it's better or should go back to that. I've kind of lost touch with the archetype, but I really do miss the days when it was like Turbo, Dark Ritual, All Hallows Eve. 4 All Hallows Eve, 4 Dark Ritual. Get those Bazaars in play as soon as possible. Dump, and just All Hallows Eve on turn 2 if possible.
Yeah.
Bring back 4 things, and it's so all in and unreliable in the sense that you might not get more than 2 or 3 creatures, and then if they have a way to deal with any of it, you're just gassed out completely.
Yeah.
So that's why I like these new versions that have a mid-range plan with either hippies or gins sometimes, the Juzam Jin, or as Brian
exactly.
was playing with the trolls. They have at least
Yeah.
another like
A plan B.
yeah, which might actually become their plan A, and the Reanimate becomes plan B.
Yeah.
Like you saw his opening hand, the game that he won actually had no Bazaar in it. Like it was just as much like he just played a much different game. It's almost like as if he wasn't playing Reanimator.
Yeah.
I mean, I think at some point he found the Reanimator. Yeah.
So, yeah, I just that's probably one of my favorite decks. I liked Derek's deck too. Is really good. I liked it. It was different. Fortunately, we didn't get to see all the combo pieces together at the same time, but
Yeah.
I like the fact that he was trying to just like build this intense mana from the priest and the Suchi, and then just burning the opponent's face with 8 or 9,
Yeah, I don't remember.
and
We saw I guess the Kudzu deck was also
Kudzu
could have
deck,
been-
yeah, that was good
again,
too, but
all
we
the
didn't
spice.
really, we didn't get to see it shine
Yeah, all
as
the
much as
spice
we
decks
liked.
didn't get to do their thing.
their thing.
They played and they existed, but we didn't get to see them actually achieve what their purpose was on stream.
Yeah, it feels like a player that shows up to the sports team but then gets benched from the
But
game.
then gets benched.
And
And also,
so-
like even Francois with Guardian Beast combo, we didn't see the Chaos Orb and Guardian Beast in play.
yeah,
So
yeah, Francois' deck was pretty good too. I liked it.
yeah,
Yeah, so
but
yeah,
I don't know. I guess
thanks for joining us.
yeah,
It was fun.
very
It's
much.
all
Thanks for
about
joining
getting
us.
together.
The community.
Community, as
Always most important in the old school format. At least it should be. The mixing of communities, even
Mixing
more
of
important.
communities.
Nice to see the Quebec, Ontario, Ottawa.
Ottawa, and then we have New England.
Will. It was from which community? Somebody was saying OOOS, like old border or something, old school.
Old.
Where is that
Border
from?
Old school, I think.
Yeah,
It is.
where is that from? Hopefully they're still in the chat, and
Yeah.
can let us
I
know.
think it was Old Order, Old
Yeah.
School.
But New England, right? Is
Yeah.
here, Boston.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So-
a good little mixture of groups.
Yeah.
I
More
don't think.
old
I
school
mean,
Magic.
look, there might have been some frustrating cards people played against that led to some moments of temporary salty salts.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I mean, everyone's having a good time. There's Philly. There you go. They're from Philly.
Philly, okay.
For the most part, everyone is honestly having fun. And as soon as the game is done, you're right back to being cordial and friendly, and it's all good. And you talk about what happened and what could have been if only you didn't have.
Yeah.
And
If only I had the zigged instead of zagged. and
exactly, yeah.
Yeah. For
but
sure.
life happens the way it's going to happen, and you got to go with it sometimes.
Yeah. So, yeah, Pennsylvania.
All right, yeah, cool. So, Phil representing for Will
Yeah,
representing
Old
for
Order,
Philly.
Old School, yeah.
Yeah.
Old
School,
Order,
yeah.
Old School.
I mean, I think
Is there a website? I think.
there's a website called TC Dex that, as long as communities upload to that website, is populated. Like I know Pre-Modern uses that website quite a bit. TC Dex. I would check that out. Otherwise, it's like the communities post their own annual or monthly events, and
On their
a
own
lot of
websites,
them,
yeah,
a lot of them
so-
have blogs. There's also the old school blog, right? Like the original Swedish blog that might post its own reports. So
Yeah. So
there's honestly a lot of resources out there. Yeah,
yeah, we'll probably require a lot of research and
yeah. But I mean here,
fishing around and.
but if I go to TC Dex right now, I can even just confirm right away. It's
yeah.
like there's a whole old school category.
I know like the Montreal Tundra Wolves has their own thing. Probably like the Facebook groups are probably also a great resource to get like what's doing well in their particular community. And
Yeah. So like if you go to tcdex.net, you can just search for old school, and right away I'm seeing a tournament with 150 players, NoobCon, 62 players, 27 players. So people are, and this is all 2025. So like people are definitely using the website. So yeah.
yeah.
For Metal
so
Gear Luke and anybody else curious, definitely try out tcdex.net.
That once again is tcdex.net.
.net, yeah. .net. All right. So yeah, I think that's basically it for us too, and
Yep. See you next year
we'll see you again on YouTube.
or YouTube's.
And I mean, we have to do it. If anybody here is interested in the game Sorcery: The Contested Realm, we also host a YouTube channel called The Assorted Animals, where we post weekly gameplay
Yes, we do.
videos and commentaries. So if you're interested in that game or have heard anything about it, it very much follows the old school vibe.
Yes, it does
chases
indeed.
the old school aesthetic and feeling. The art is magnificent. If you play old school for any reason related to the art, Sorcery will absolutely blow you away, and the gameplay is so incredibly unique. There's
Yeah.
absolutely nothing like it. I would highly recommend looking into it and come checking us out.
Yeah,
'Cause,
come
we're
join,
we're extremely passionate about it, like extremely. So
Yeah. And if you liked our video commentary for the old school Magic on the Montreal Tundra Wolves, we do
Yeah, it basically,
exactly the same
yeah.
for
it looks and sounds
Sorcery,
exactly
so
like this. So
I think we're up to 18 or 19 videos at this point, so
yeah,
come check us out.
and we already have 3 or 4 more lined up,
Yeah,
with an additional 9 or 10 to comment on. So
yeah.
believe
if
me,
you want to
there's-
hear this sexy voice,
yeah, there's a lot.
these
There's
two Italians.
there's a lot coming.
Yeah. So,
All right. Well, I mean, have a good night,
yeah.
a good day,
And peace.
yeah, and see you later.
Seems like I'm less worn out than last year because we don't have that music blaring. Last year at the end, I was like,